Chapter 94. Bonus chapter for 900 Power Stones, and we're apparently already closing in on 1200. Sigh. In truth, Lionel was a bit embarrassed that he never realized that Aina had been awake the whole time. He had done his best to ignore the fact she was on his back, or else he would have lost himself in the softness of her figure. How could he, a lifelong virgin, resist the feeling of those two soft things on his back? He ultimately had no choice but to practically ignore her completely. Lionel shook his head as he ran at Aina's pace. Now that he had lost a couple 100 pounds on his back, his fatigue didn't seem as bad anymore. Well, that and the fact he didn't seem to be needed. Aina was like a one-woman artillery unit. She didn't seem to need Lionel's help at all. He would only occasionally snipe some danger in the distance. Now that his force wasn't restricted, it seemed that his internal sight increased almost tenfold. From what he could see, he had an area of sharpness and an area of vagueness. Within about 200 meters, he could see things as though he was looking at them with his own eyes. Between 200 and 1,000 meters, everything gradually grew foggy until he couldn't sense anything. When he paired this foggy region with the primal instincts of the primitive consciousness, he was able to sense general areas which harbored danger and killing intent. Like this, he sent warning shots in those directions. Whether he hit them or not, he didn't care. He only wanted to disrupt their rhythm, so they couldn't snipe at Aina. What Lionel couldn't have guessed was that Aina didn't actually need his help at all. Stop shooting. You'll only expose our exact location. Let them snipe. They won't be able to touch a hair on your head. When Lionel heard these words, he blinked. How had the roles reversed so suddenly? When did he become the damsel in distress? It wasn't long before Lionel understood where Aina's confidence stemmed from. They charged down the densely packed region of residential homes. From the inner city doors to the outer city gates, there was a main road that plowed straight through to connect them both. This wasn't exactly a great design, as it made the fort easier to breach if the main gates fell. But Lionel assumed it was like this for the sake of convenience. Lionel thought that Aina would avoid the main road. Their only advantage now was the fact there was only a pair of them. They should take advantage of this and try to find another exit. Lionel didn't believe the Luem family would be stupid enough to make a city with only one gate. It was possible that Miles had hidden the others with his ability. In that case, he just had to get close so that he could see through them with internal sight. But Aina didn't do this. She charged through the straight main road. If one came, she cut him down. If two came, they both lost their heads. If 10 came, they fell all the same. Her efficiency was scary to the point Lionel felt numb. It took Lionel almost 2 hours to exit the inner city, but Aina seemed to be closing in on the fort's gates in less than 20. Nothing was capable of stopping her. The truth was that this was due to the fact the outer city had no force-disrupting towers, so the technology available was much weaker here. But Lionel seemed to have forgotten this, and only had endless praise for Aina. Halt! The next poor commander stepped up, trying to stop them. Unfortunately, her fate was not much different than those who came before her. It wasn't as though the special units would all remain idle in the fort. The one Aina took out in one fell swoop was the only one not stationed at a distant perimeter. Aina's eyes suddenly flashed as the bang of a sniper rifle rang out. Lionel's heart stopped. He could sense the bullet enter the sharp range of his internal sight and could see that it was perfectly aimed at Aina's forehead. But he simply wasn't fast enough to stop it. Who knew that Aina would have begun moving even before the shot rang out? He was so lost in worry that he didn't even notice she had shifted her attention toward that direction long ago. Her axe swung downward, cleaving the bullet in two. Without even a pause, she took another step forward and swung again, cleaving another bullet that was aimed for Lionel. Lionel blinked in shock. She wasn't faster than the bullet. She just acted before it could get here, as though she predicted it. A moment later, Lionel's gaze focused on the headpiece on Aina's head. It had a delicate necklace-like structure that wrapped around her head like a headband. The singular jewel it had dangled from her forehead like a clear drop of water. He suddenly understood. Lionel received a quasi-bronze reward. How could Aina not receive one as well? Aina turned back and charged forward again. Her axe alternated from taking heads to cutting down bullets. The way her body danced with that battle axe, twice the size of her body, made her look like a crimson fairy. The night was dark all around, with the sole exception of the red-gold aura around her body. I know that my mind is my greatest weakness too, but this can help me cover for that. Just rely on me for now. Aina said confidently. Lionel finally understood. While he thought he had no choice but to bow to the demands of the Empire, Aina never even thought of that as being an option. She hid the fact she had this treasure, which was the reason why the Wurat was able to catch her off guard. Now that the situation had reached this point, there was no reason for her to continue hiding it at all. Good. I was worried that the junior Governor Duke might come around for a last stand and catch Aina off guard. But if her mind is protected by a quasi-bronze treasure that seems able to increase her perception, there's no problem then. Lionel felt that he could finally breathe easy. The way things were going now, even if he simulated it with his dream world, the likelihood of them leaving this fort unscathed was over 90%. What should we do after we leave, though? Lionel frowned. Eventually, he realized that the only option was to leave Earth. They stood no chance staying here. Their only option was to hope the dictionary could find them a high enough rank zone to enter, so they could earn a teleportation award to another world. Uncle Montez will probably be able to tell me about which worlds are relatively safer and more accepting of outsiders. Lionel was lost in his thoughts when it happened. The explosion was so loud, he couldn't hear anything for a long while. No, he could hear something. It was a loud, high-pitched noise. If Lionel had to pick something it reminded him of, he would immediately think of the flatlining of a heartbeat. It was the kind of sound a hospital's emergency room would have on replay. Blood dripped from his ears, and a searing heat assaulted him. It was like a wall of invisible fire had crashed into his body. The wind it came with was almost strong enough to knock him off his feet. The heat was so excruciating Lionel had no choice but to close his eyes. The last sight he saw was Aina frozen in place in front of him. She was perfectly fine, but she seemed to be just as shocked as he was. Lionel's mind went blank. He opened his eyes once more to find Aina in the same place. But the residential homes that had been ahead of them were blown to pieces. A rain of stone and rubble fell all around. As Lionel's hearing slowly came back, the first thing his ears latched onto was the screaming. From the start of Lionel and Aina's escape, they hadn't seen a single civilian. They hid and cowered in their homes, not wanting to get involved. Likewise, the two of them left them alone. But now, their screams filled their ears like treacherous demons clawing at their hearts. Lionel's bottom lip hung loosely, a sound that seemed a cross of a sad laugh and a sigh escaping thanks to them. On a distant tower, Miles watched on without a hint of emotion. They had only missed because the weaker technology they were strapped to without the force-disrupting towers was a bit lacking. But he was confident that there wouldn't be a second time. He didn't dare to use such a tactic in the inner city. Those people were nobility. But what were these poverty-stricken leeches to society worth to him? Fire again, he said coldly. Another volley was launched. This time, its aim was true. Chapter 95. No! Lionel shook himself awake, dragging up what reserve strength he had managed to regain while allowing Aina to lead to swoop her into his arms. He tried to cover Aina completely, hoping that her axe could block the rest of the attack. Boom! Pain like nothing Lionel had ever felt in his life before assaulted his body. Without suspense, he was sent flying. He couldn't even tell up from down anymore, let alone telling just how far it was he had flown. The quasi-bronze chain necklace on his neck splintered. It was just a tiny crack, but it came with a sound almost as loud as the bomb itself. Or maybe Lionel's sense of sound had just been completely thrown off as well. He really couldn't tell. Aina? Aina! Lionel roared, barely able to hear his own voice. Only after shouting with all he had did he faintly hear himself. Aina's state was far more sorry than his own. He had tried his best to cover her back while her axe had covered much of her front, but her legs and some of her arms had been completely exposed. Lionel's blurry vision teared up when he saw her, a lump quickly swelling in his throat. Her legs had been charred beyond recognition. What was once delicate, fair skin was blackened beyond recognition. It was so bad that she didn't even bleed. Even her blood itself seemed to have burnt to ash. Her arms were in a slightly better situation, but this somehow made it more gruesome. Severe burns of the 4th degree almost exposed her bones. Her flesh bubbled almost like water, producing a scene that made one's stomach upturn. Lionel's knees and palms surrounded her almost like a mother protecting her cubs. He wanted to scream and roar, but his inner organs didn't seem to want to allow that. Blood leaked from his orifices, partially obscured by the soot and grime that coated his body. Lionel quickly shuffled around in his pockets. When he found the bracelet he was looking for, he slipped it on Aina's wrist as gently as he could. Regret filled his heart. I'm so stupid, I'm so stupid. I should have given it to her earlier. Why didn't I give it to her earlier? He felt as though something was clawing at his chest and eating his flesh. He had had this bracelet ever since he exited the Mayan tomb. It was only a Tier 4 black treasure, but since it was one-time use, it was countless times more powerful than other treasures of its tier. He chose it just for Aina, so that he could protect her and help her. But when he saw her kill Conrad like that, he began to question everything. Even after he learned that she had killed Conrad for the sake of protecting Yuri, he still couldn't forget that scene. Lionel knew that he liked Aina more than even he, himself, could put into words. But there was always a piece of himself that remained restrained, a part of him that couldn't accept her. So, he never gave her the bracelet he saw as the symbol of his feelings. He was so stupid, impossibly stupid. Regret was seeping through his veins like a venomous poison. Lionel roared like an enraged wild beast, ignoring the pain of his inner organs. He could hardly hear it himself, but it spread throughout the fort like a shockwave. Fire. Miles coldly watched on, a disdainful glint lighting his eyes. His only regret was that such a good treasure would likely not survive the wreckage and would have to be buried along with them. To the side, Simeon's expression was far more sadistic. He remembered Lionel's voice when he shot that bullet toward him just 2 hours ago. Unfortunate. Those were the words he had said, as though the interaction had been meaningless to him. Watching Lionel suffer like this after humiliating him like that made him the itch in his heart lessen. It's too bad the child of that whore will die without repaying the family for the genes she was given. But so be it. Lionel's maddened roar was drowned out by the explosion. Boom! Lionel felt the bones of his body fracture and crack as he slammed into something heavy. His vision was too blurred to see where he was. He could only barely tell with his internal sight. The only thing he knew for sure was that he was holding on to Aina. Lionel heard a weak voice by his ear along with the splintering of another treasure. The gem of the bracelet he had just slipped onto Aina's hand fractured and dimmed, falling from its socket. At first, he thought the voice was trying to say his name, but this wasn't true. Little fool, take it. Lionel blinked, feeling something pressed against his chest. It was only after his senses were barely half recovered that he realized it was Aina talking and she was pushing something against his chest. He looked down to find a tall and slender piece of paper between her hand and his chest. No, it looked too much like a piece of fabric to be called paper. However, all Lionel could see was Aina's hand. How she managed to continue holding on her axe in one and lift the other to give him this thing, whatever it was, Lionel had no idea. This is a tiki tea. Just pour your force into it, and it will take you to an other world. I vow, ready vet, tedet, it show LDBS Fay. Lionel's expression flickered, his throat running dry. Fire. Miles once more said coldly. Junior Governor Duke, we can't do that. They've been blown too close to the walls. If we shoot again, we'll compromise the safety of the fort. Some invalids have already been attracted by the noise. Within the tower, the commander of the post hesitated but still clenched his teeth to explain. He was already horrified by Miles' actions. Now that he had found such a good excuse, he had to make use of it. Miles might not care about the common people, but he at least cared about his own safety, right? Who cares? We'll just build another wall. Miles said coldly. They had built such a great wall in such a short period of time. They could easily do it again. Not to mention the fact that it would just have to be a repair and not a complete reconstruction this time. Another official stepped in. Junior Governor Duke, the alloys we used to build the wall were all from emergency stores in case of Class 9. Red event like this one. They've been used up already, and we won't have the technology or safety to mine such ores again in the short term. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the Junior Governor Duke's response. Send all available units down. They all sighed breaths of relief. You heard the Junior Governor Duke. Send down the orders. Wait. Miles suddenly stopped them, causing them to feel nervous once again. Call Tier 5 Admiral Bennett as well. By the fort walls, Lionel still hadn't realized he had been sent so close to his original goal. But even if he had, he hardly had the strength to move now, and there were enemies all around. Take it. Aina spoke firmly. They want kill me. Bruh, Zinger family yes me. She fumbled around weakly and also managed to find a pill. This can stimulate your pectile for 5 minutes, but it will leave. UEAK for teach redays AF Turwa. Road. Only take it if you indeed anger on the off, side. Aina coughed violently. I look like I'm in a bad state, but my body will heal soon. Don't worry. Lionel gripped Aina's hand, which had pressed against his chest once more. What world is it? Lionel asked with a gruff voice. Aina's soft lips curled into a smile, seemingly happy that Lionel would ask this. It's called terrain. She laughed a little before chuckling. It seems that we aren't the only ones with bad naming sense. Hearing that Aina's voice was slowly getting steadier, Lionel smiled, the grip he had on her small hand tightening slightly. It seemed she hadn't been lying. Her body really was recovering at an astonishing speed. You're right. Earth and terrain really are bad names. Lionel responded lightly. His words seemed to put Aina at ease for a moment. But she froze at what she heard next. Wait for me there. They'll come and get you with a present far better than that bracelet, I promise. Aina didn't have the time to react before the paper turned fabric she had pressed against Lionel's chest was pasted onto her forehead. The last thing she saw was Lionel's smile and the gentle, loving looking in his eyes before she vanished. A teleportation ticket could only work for one life form at a time. Even the metal spirit Aina had been holding onto for him couldn't follow her in. But Lionel was calm as he looked at the red pill in his hand. Without hesitation, he weakly stood and swallowed it. Chapter 96. Bonus chapter for 1,200 You Little Demons. Lionel closed his eyes forcefully as though trying to blink his fatigue away. Deep in his gut, a flaming hot coal landed. An instant later, it burst. As though hundreds of snakes were racing through his body, Lionel felt like all his veins, arteries, and blood vessels had suddenly been lit on fire. His eyes opened, a deep red hidden within the depths of their pale green. His head turned slightly in one particular direction, the cold within his gaze bubbling forth. Miles and Simeon felt a cold sweat mat their backs. For a moment, they found it difficult even to breathe, let alone move. It would take me 8 minutes and 36 seconds to make it there and kill them in this state. It's not enough time. Lionel had never felt such a strong desire to kill. It was worse than just wanting to end someone's life. It was deep to the point of wanting to feel the warmth of their blood. He was pissed. Of course, he was mad about not being able to kill them. But he was even more pissed off about his own weakness. It felt cliché. He was certain that he had read the same exact line in 100, if not 1,000 books, shows, and movies before. But it wasn't until now that he felt it to the depths of his soul, a yearning that was seeking to roar out. Others thought that Lionel didn't like the result of his gene analysis exam because he didn't like being a quarterback. However, this wasn't the truth at all. What Lionel actually didn't like was the idea of someone dictating what it was he could and couldn't do. The feeling of someone cornering him like that left him enraged. Even he didn't know what he wanted to do with his life yet. So how dare someone else decide his course for him? Who were they to do such a thing? To treat him like a puppet on a string they could pull every which way they desired? Those innocent people who died today were just like that. Weak, having their lives, their fates toyed with on a whim. Was he really much different from them? Lionel had never been an ambitious person. From a certain perspective, it could be considered to be one of his flaws. Maybe the only thing in his life he had ever truly wanted was Anna's answer to his confessions. That singular, childish one had actually pushed him to such an extreme. He didn't even really remember how it happened, but here he was. He was now an enemy of the Ascension Empire behemoth. That was how simple Lionel was. Such a small thing, yet he was willing to go so far for it. Anna wasn't the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. That was Joan. She had only ever said his name once. He didn't even feel that he knew much about her. It was just a feeling. It was a feeling that told him that there was no better woman to be by his side. So, he strove to make that happen. It was nothing more and nothing less. If others heard his thoughts, they would think that he was crazy. Such a man. If he ever had ambition, if he ever had something he wanted to accomplish, just how scary would he be? However, now, Lionel wanted a second thing. Their heads. Until he had both of their heads leaking with blood before him, he wouldn't rest. The next time I come, I'll make you pay for taking Anna from me. These were his true thoughts. He didn't mention the innocents who had fallen even once. This was somewhat cruel, but it was human. Lionel turned toward the tall, silver walls of the fort. He was not even 100 meters from them now. With the strength flowing through his body and his shoes, it wouldn't even take him 30 seconds to leap over it, defeat the guards on the walls, and leap down to the other side. However, it was at that moment he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Let me go." "James?" Lionel frowned, looking back. By now, many guards had long since surrounded Lionel while he was deep in thought. They were even within 10 meters of him. But Lionel had simply ignored them, not sparing them a glance. However, he hadn't expected to hear James' voice here. James' father was a Tier 5 official. Even among those in the inner city, his status was high. While Miles dared to brazenly kill commoners, James shouldn't have been in any danger. So what was going on? Was Miles this stupid? He could still keep control of the situation before, but if he started targeting nobles too, he wouldn't be able to keep hold on power for long. Lionel's gaze landed on James, who was about 20 meters away, struggling under the control of a man with his face obscured by a black tactical helmet. Even in the dark, it was easy for Lionel to make out the gun to James' temple. One of the commanders who hadn't moved due to the overwhelming pressure emitting from Lionel sneered, his knees still trembling somewhat as he drummed up his courage. "Obediently allow yourself to be captured, or else your friend will suffer a fate worse than death." Lionel stood somewhat at a loss, giving the units who had been surrounding him more courage. "Leo, don't listen to them. Just run." Lionel didn't say anything for a long while. In reality, it was barely 5 seconds, but those 5 seconds somehow seemed like an eternity. However, to those watching, it only seemed natural. Wasn't he just struggling, trying to decide whether to escape with all his might or save his best friend? But the words Lionel said next left them at a loss. "James, are you sure you want me to kill him?" Lionel's voice was calm and even. This was already shocking enough, but the words he said were even more ridiculous. What did he mean by that? James suddenly hesitated, his face painted with confusion. "I've never seen your father before." Lionel started slowly. "But this only makes sense. My father retired from his Tier 5 position, and I don't come from a large family. So it only makes sense that I'm not worthy of rubbing elbows with the Bennetts too much." The more Lionel spoke, the paler James became. People about 6 feet tall aren't rare, but those who could be as tall as you are quite a small percentage. You having great defensive ability compared to others, what you should fear the least are low-class guns that can function without force disruption. Lastly, it would be quite stupid for Miles to turn on the nobles that help him keep everyone in line. Don't you think? Lionel continued to calmly speak, as though not sensing more and more units closing in on him. "So, I will ask you again, James. Are you sure that you want me to kill him?" Lionel's words were like a hammer taken to a stake at James' heart. Seeing that James didn't respond, Lionel shook his head. I'm disappointed. I really took you as my closest friend. Bullshit, James suddenly roared. You pretend to care about so many things, you pretend to be kind-hearted, but all you really care about are things ending up exactly like you want them. You don't like killing only because you don't want to deal with the guilt. You don't like playing football only because you didn't get to choose it. You only want to do things your way, and nothing else matters. Lionel frowned. He couldn't make sense of the jumbled mess James was speaking. He could feel that this friend of his had this on his mind for a long time, but he wasn't eloquent enough to put them into words in any sort of short and concise way. Even more so, Lionel didn't know where this was coming from. Yet, somehow, even without a true cohesive line connecting his thoughts, James' words seemed to stab at something deep within Lionel's heart. You're a fucking sociopathic hypocrite. Lionel looked toward James, who was bordering on hyperventilation. There was a slight hint of pain in the depths of his eyes that he was unable to hide. I don't know whether or not the things you said are true. Lionel finally responded. I really don't care about many things. Goals? I don't have any yet. When my father mentioned the fact that my mother was actually still alive, I didn't feel much. In all my life, I never even asked him about her. There are very few things that I am certain of. The first is that I love my dad. The second is that Anna is the woman for me. The third was that you were the person closest to me outside of my own dad. But it seemed that this was me being too naive. What I do know, though, is that regardless of what reasons you have, at this moment, you were trying to push me toward my death. James' face became as white as a sheet. No matter how hard he tried, he simply didn't have a response. Lionel turned toward the man holding a gun to James' head. I hope it was worth it using your son like that, Mr. Bennett. Lionel turned and left. Of course, there were numerous attempts to stop him, but they were all foolhardy. Miles even grit his teeth and fired the cannons once more, not caring for the damage that was done to the walls. But Lionel simply used his shoes to leap out of the range of the explosion. Without the burden of Anna and her axe, and being so close to the walls thanks to Miles' mad volleys, Lionel survived within his 5-minute timer. With that, he vanished. Chapter 97. Lionel walked slowly, using his silver rod to hold himself up. His once handsome face was obscured by soot and grime, his brownish gold hair loosely hanging downward. One could barely see his pale green eyes between its strands, but what one could see would make it impossible not to shiver. There was some sadness in there. After all, now Lionel had no one. His father had gone off on his own to some unknown place. Anna was now on another world, and now the last person he thought he could trust on Earth had turned on him as well. Compared to the horrible things truly unfortunate people have to deal with, this wasn't much. However, to Lionel, who had never really suffered in his life, it was a huge blow. However, this wasn't what would shake people to their core. What was so shocking in those eyes was the coldness. An indifferent, calculating coldness. Lionel had even left the range of the fort's influence, but he was calculating. Like an emotionless machine, he ran through plan after plan, each of which would lead to the death of Miles and Simeon. As he watched them die in his dream world again and again, the gaze in his eyes grew colder, more inhuman. The faint lights of dawn could be seen on the horizon. Soon, the night would end and the sun would rise. Lionel's steps only grew slower and slower, his body becoming less and less able to hold itself together. Since you're already here, is there a need to continue hiding? Lionel spoke plainly. He had noticed this person long ago, but hadn't said anything. He had been hoping that this person would come out and attack him. To the current Lionel, sooner was better. His body was already in a sorry state. If he was forced to continue, he wouldn't be able to take another step. Lionel had thought of pretending to find a place to hide and rest. Like this, he could wait for this person to make their move then. However, he felt that if he lied down now, his body would shut down. At that moment, a shadow slowly came out. He looked like an Oriental man with dark black hair and eyes. But that was the only thing normal about him. The weird things were almost too numerous to list, but even the short version could make one's expression twist weirdly. For one, The man was completely naked. He wore not a single thing. Other than the weird chain from his neck that held a card that dangled from one of its links, the sniper rifle strapped to his back, and the knife in his hand, he had nothing else on him. Secondly, his body was covered in tattoos. In the 24th century, a tattoo artist teamed up with a leading expert in biological nanotechnology to create what they called vision tattoos. They were essentially tattoos that moved along one's body in a repetitive, loop-like fashion, almost like a GIF from the 21st century. If it was just the fact this man had a vision tattoo, it would be fine. But why was his vision tattoo a porno? It was so weird that Lionel didn't even think to ask himself why it was the technology of the vision tattoo seemed unaffected. His virgin eyes couldn't leave the plump woman being plowed by 3 men at once. He couldn't help wondering if she was okay. The third weird thing about this man was the fact that half of his body was covered in bandages. Yet, not only had he chased Lionel, but he was actually smiling so masochistically, as though he was enjoying his own pain. Who else could this person be, if not Shanghai? I wanted to wait until we were out of the range of the fort so that no one would interfere in our battle, but I didn't expect your body to be so weak now. I bet if that junior Governor Duke knew this, he wouldn't have given up chasing you so quickly. Are you finished? Lionel asked without much of a change to his expression. Shanghai didn't get mad at such words. Instead, he sighed. It's a shame. You were good prey, but I don't have the time to wait for you to recover. Plus, I'm injured too, and it's your fault. So, things are fair, don't you think? Shanghai licked his lips and took a step forward, but what he saw next made him freeze. Lionel flicked his wrist, and a grenade appeared out from his spatial bracelet. Since that's the case, let's die together. Lionel smiled, yet it seemed colder than even Xinghai's own. Before Shanghai could do anything, Lionel pulled the pin. However, despite the panicked look on his face, Shanghai was internally sneering. This idiot. Shanghai laughed within his heart. Then, he prepared his blink ability and activated it. However, what he saw in the last moment before he disappeared made his eyes squint in confusion. He threw the grenade away from us. What? Oh no! Bang! The sound wasn't from the grenade. Lionel had chucked it so far away that compared to this bang, it was nothing. When Shanghai appeared once more, he found a gun placed on his chest, its hot nozzle burning his skin. He looked up at Lionel in shock, then fell over, dead. Lionel watched indifferently as the last of Xinghai's life faded. At that moment, he felt like his arm was about to implode. Without force disruption towers, the recoil mitigation technology of the handgun didn't work anymore, so he had to take the brunt of it himself. However, even though he was prepared, it had still hurt like hell. It's too bad that you talk too much, Lionel thought, walking toward the card that Shanghai had hung from his neck in curiosity. The moment Shanghai gave Lionel too much information to deduce some things from, he was finished. He never stood a chance. Even he had no idea, even in death, how Lionel had seen through him so easily. Chapter 98. Bonus chapter for 1500. Next week, there will be bonus chapter per 350 Power Stones instead. The moment Shanghai said his injuries were caused by Lionel, it made the latter think of a few things. There was no one he injured like that. Could it be that Shanghai was referring to the cannons Miles was using? But when Lionel saw the sniper rifle on his back, he realized something else. Could this have been the sniper he shot at? Shouldn't he be dead? Lionel had been very confident in that shot. That was when Lionel understood. If that sniper managed to survive, there was an 84% chance that he had an ability that allowed him to do so. Judging by Lionel's observation, there was a 7% chance this ability was defensive and a 91% chance that this ability was evasive. It was less likely to be defensive, or else Shanghai wouldn't be so injured. Lionel then decided that this ability was either related to high speed, some sort of invulnerability, or potentially teleportation. In the beginning, Lionel had given teleportation the lowest odds because he intuitively knew it must be a rare high-class ability. However, when Shanghai stepped toward him, Lionel realized his speed stat was far too low, so teleportation moved up a rank. That left invulnerability and teleportation. So, Lionel set up a test with the grenade. He didn't believe that Xinghai's ability was impregnable, or else he wouldn't have been injured. He also didn't believe that Xinghai's ability had a long duration, or again, he wouldn't have been injured. This led Lionel to ultimately conclude that Xinghai's ability was short-term invulnerability or short-distance teleportation. Regardless of which it was, he was finished the moment he took Lionel's bait. This is really too inconvenient. Lionel shook his head. If I didn't have to speak out loud to the dictionary, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. It could have just directly told me what I needed to know. This event was one no one was destined to know about. It happened in a place without spectators, and Lionel didn't even seem to care much about it. However, if others were to know what happened here, how Lionel, an 18-year-old boy, played a 5-star arms professional to death while barely able to stand on his own 2 legs, the world would come to know that a monster had awakened. Slayer Legion? Lionel's eyes narrowed as he looked at the card Xinghai left behind. The Slayer Legion. It was a name not many knew about. This wasn't because they try to hide themselves. It was quite the opposite, actually. There was nothing this group wanted more than to be widely recognized and renowned. However, they were always pressed beneath the thumb of the Ascension Empire. The few who knew its name were either high-ranking government officials or other unlucky individuals that happened to be present during one of its many attempted and failed campaigns. By now, those who were clever enough had likely already guessed exactly what this Slayer Legion was. It was precisely the rebel army that dared to face up against the mighty Ascension Empire. In order to dehumanize and emasculate the rebels, the Ascension Empire suppressed news of them to the extreme. It was to the point that many weren't even aware that they had a name at all. Lionel didn't expect Xinghai to be affiliated with them. He was quite bold to wear it around on his neck like that. But then again, he didn't exactly seem like a normal individual. The rebel army? Lionel flipped Xinghai's card in his hand. I'm not interested in joining, but I can probably use these guys to kill them faster. In the lofty Ascension province, there was a palace that stood as tall as a mountain. Beautiful golds and silvers were all around, displaying an impossible-to-grasp majesty. Within the royal court, nobles from all across the land were gathered. If one were to not be aware of the metamorphosis, it would be impossible to guess from this place that such a horrible event was going on. Let alone how immaculate the Ascension Palace looked from the outside. Even much of the Ascension province seemed completely unaffected. Still, despite how many powerful men had gathered here, there was one man who had so much presence that they were all completely drowned. He sat on the throne with a light smile on his face. He looked to be quite old based on his wrinkles, maybe almost 60 years old. But he had a youthful exuberance that rivaled the 20-year-old man in his prime. His hair was a bright white gold that almost seemed to radiate its own light. His eyes were like 2 green emeralds, twinkling as though they were gems. His beard was full and almost looked like a lion's mane, but it was so meticulously groomed that not even a single strand was out of place. He was handsome to the point of being inhuman and charismatic to the point of being untouchable. He had the kind of air that made it impossible for one to continue holding on to their anger before him. He was Emperor Gervais Fox, the man who wielded the most power on earth. At this moment, a man kneeled before him with an ugly expression, explaining a great many things that he listened to seriously. Outrageous! One of the nobles roared as they listened to this story. 2 children actually dare to be so brazen just because they were awakened as variants? What is your royal blue province doing, Governor Duke Luem? You can't contain 2 commoners. The kneeling man wore an ugly expression, but he didn't refute, waiting for His Majesty's response. He knew that his enemies in the court wouldn't allow him room to maneuver now that his son had made such a big mistake. The only option was to come clean. Hiding it would only make things worse. Suddenly, the emperor began to laugh. The laughter was so jovial and happy that the royal court was stunned silent. Lionel Morales, is it? Huh? Emperor Fox continued to laugh. You're asking me what to do about a teenage boy? Do whatever you want, go all out. Kill him if you can, though I doubt you'll be able to. The words left them speechless. What was going on? However, Emperor Fox continued to laugh. Killed a few nobles? Killed several thousand commoners? Disobeyed direct orders? So what? If you can, you could go ahead and kill him. In fact, if anyone can kill him, I will reward you greatly. The second province we clear after the Ascension province will be yours if you succeed. Pardon? Governor Duke Luem thought he must have heard incorrectly. That must be it, right? Unfortunately, Emperor Fox continued to laugh. Lionel, is it? My daughter truly gave me a great grandson. Kill some more, rampage some more, who cares? A foxman should be exactly like this. Governor Duke Luem directly fainted. He collapsed to the ground, willing what he had just heard away in his dreamland. Chapter 99. The Ascension Royal Court was in an uproar. They all knew that Emperor Gervais Fox had had 2 children in his lifetime, his eldest daughter and his younger son. The talent of the latter didn't need to be mentioned. Whether it was his intelligence, elegance, or personal strength, not a single one was lacking. However, despite his talent, the emperor never formally handed the crown prince title to him, despite it being tradition to do so. No one was aware of the reason why. But Gervais Fox was a near mythical figure. Those who dared to question his decisions simply didn't exist anymore. When it came to the princess, though, they were completely in the dark. The last time she was seen, she wasn't even 10 years old. Since then, she hadn't made any public appearances. No one knew where she was. It was only now, with the help of the emperor's words, that they were aware that she was not only alive, but had married and even had a child. How could it be that the nation's first daughter could be married without them being informed? Just what sort of secret was hidden behind this? Of course, many of them thought it was some sort of conspiracy, but this idea was quickly thrown out. If it was as simple as the princess disobeying her father and marrying a man he didn't accept, why would she disappear before she even turned 10? It can't be that she got married as a toddler, right? In addition, judging by the princess age, she should be about 65 years old right now. But her son was only 18. So, what secrets could have filled the time between her 10th birthday and her 47th? Regardless of what the truth was, the royal court was at a loss. The emperor was encouraging them to go out and kill Lionel if they could, and even promised such mouth-watering rewards. But who of them actually dared to take the first step? After the daily gathering of the royal court ended, the emperor could be found silently meditating, a radiant smile on his face. Swirls of force slowly entered his body. Compared to Lionel, the speed was much slower. But it seemed that he was taking his time, as though taking a nice, slow-paced stroll. If one looked closely, it was possible to see the deep lines of wrinkles on the emperor's face slowly receding. A long while later, he looked to be even younger than he had this morning. Imperial grandfather. Seeing that the emperor had finally opened his eyes, a young man with sharp brows humbly kneeled before him. The young man's hair was also a bright white gold, albeit a few shades dimmer than the emperor. It seemed that the genes of the fox were quite strong, because his eyes were also a deep shade of green. He had a handsome, confident bearing. His shoulders were wide and powerful, and though he didn't dare to bring a weapon in the presence of his grandfather, the calluses on his otherwise blemishless hands proved that he was adept at using one. Noah, why have you come to see this old throne? The emperor's smile didn't fade. He looked no different than a grandfather chatting with his grandson. I have a cousin? Noah asked probingly. Of course. You've had a cousin for 18 years already. You're just a little older than he is. Noah felt a bit frustrated by this answer. The emperor obviously knew what he meant by asking this question. The point wasn't that he had a cousin. The point was about why this was hidden. However, Noah had known his grandfather for long enough to know that it would be useless to ask directly. He had to find another way. Are you really going to allow those nobles to try and kill him? The emperor's smile deepened. Yes, he replied. A talent isn't worth much if it's grown in a greenhouse. A talent, Noah's jaw involuntarily set. Is he more valuable to you than me, Imperial Grandfather? One might expect a grandfather put in this sort of situation to go out of their way to settle the hearts of their grandson. But the emperor did nothing of the sort. Instead, he pondered for a while before nodding, as though this was obvious. His mother is more talented than your father, and his father is beyond what your mother could imagine. Isn't this just the logical conclusion? Noah felt his heartbeat slow, as though it was sighing in resignation along with him. This sort of answer, he wasn't surprised by it. What he was surprised by was the latter part of the statement. Beyond his mother? His father was born on Earth, but his mother. How could that be? Just where did Lionel's father come from again? Such an evaluation. It even faintly sounded like even his imperial grandfather, a man who wasn't scared of anything, held some faint reservations about this man. If it's like this, imperial grandfather, why did cousin not grow up with me? The emperor remained silent, continuing to smile at Noah, but this only made the latter feel as though he was being drowned in his own sweat. Those who grow up in good environments often end up being useless. The emperor finally replied, "But you're wondering why I say his father and mother are both better than yours, yet in the same breath also say he didn't have a good environment to live in?" Yes. The emperor's smile deepened. It's the same reason why your mother can't actively take part in your life, just yet. Did you think she didn't have a reason for this? Noah's eyes widened. This was the first bit of happy news he had gotten since this conversation began. It was a simple sentence, but he felt it suffocating him with joy. Of course, what Noah didn't know was that despite not being able to actively take part, Lionel's father still stayed by his side, despite the restrictions. As for why his imperial grandfather hid this important piece of information, it was impossible to tell. Feeling much better, Noah smiled brightly. "Imperial grandfather, I would like to leave the Ascension province and seek out cousin. Then we can face his coming challenge together." You said that a talent in a greenhouse isn't worth much, right? The emperor shook his head. No, this is his challenge, not yours. Noah quickly lowered his head, realizing that he had gotten a bit too ahead of himself. However, if you're going off to try and kill him, I can allow you to go. Noah felt as though he had been dunked into an ice bath. He flexed his muscles with all of his strength, trying to stop his own trembling. But the emperor continued as though he didn't notice his grandson's odd state. Those Tier 7 officials are really too useless. I could tell that none of them would have the backbone to act. Maybe only that Governor Duke Luem would do something when he's pushed into a corner. The emperor's smile deepened. That said, not everyone is useless. That Brazinger family and those like them are foolish enough not to fear me. Those Tier 8 and above officials as well. Should be an interesting time for your little cousin. I have great expectations for the little guy. Ha! What a good grandson indeed. The emperor laughed for a while longer before turning back to Noah. Go on now, little Noah. There are a lot of starving dogs that have turned their eyes on our piece of meat. And there are some larger ravenous beasts that want to take a chunk out of our earth. You and your cousin will be the figureheads of your generation. Don't disappoint me. In his laughter, the emperor's aura had leaked from his body. The presence was so imposing that Noah almost laid down flat on the ground. He felt that he couldn't drag up the courage to do anything in opposition to this man. Yes, imperial grandfather. In the basement wreckage of a collapsed building, Lionel sat against a dusty wall with his muscles spasming in pain. However, his face remained completely expressionless. To an outside observer, it almost looked like all sorts of snakes and insects were wiggling beneath his skin, yet Lionel didn't seem to notice. His mind was focused on something completely different. The segmented cube swallowed up that sniper's dead body too. It can't be that it wants me to eat his corpse like I did with the octopus, right? If Lionel had the spare strength he needed to form them, he would definitely be shedding tears right now. Why did his father leave him behind such a perverted treasure? Chapter 100. Lionel suddenly felt immense regret about not asking Montez for an abode-type treasure. The feeling of having your body split apart out of your control, yet only being able to lie on hard, stone floors was really too unbearable. If he had a tent treasure like Yuri had, this would be much more convenient. Yuri, I wonder if she'll be okay. Lionel frowned at this thought. The only reason why he was able to escape the outer city was because he only had to worry about himself. He knew that going back to get Yuri was impossible. If he had, they both would have died. He was worried about more than just Yuri. He had no idea if Miles would try to make use of his teammates against him or not. Lionel shook his head. He knew there was no point in thinking about these things. He just had to grow stronger. Since I can't move, what can I do? Hey, do you know why the segmented cube took in the corpse of that sniper? Ping the corpse is useful, Lionel frowned. Why is it useful? Ping the abilities of existences at and above the Tier 7 black grade condense within the ethereal glabella evolution crystals. Force crafters can refine these into limited use items. Lionel was speechless. Though this was better than having to eat the corpse, was it that much better? Something about using a human body to refine items made him feel uncomfortable. Wait, Lionel suddenly thought of something. Does that mean that the octopus was taken for that reason as well? Ping replying to Seed, yes. Lionel's lip twitched. The sniper's ability might really be useful to him, but wouldn't he have to grow tentacles in order to make use of the octopus ability? Where was the cool factor? How could he show his face to Aina again if he did such a thing? Hold on a second. The segmented cube is a lab, right? Doesn't that mean I should be able to enter it? Ping, yes. Then why the hell am I still here? It can activate on its own to take that pervert's corpse, but can't see that I'm struggling out here. Lionel took out the segmented cube, fuming. He didn't know if there was anywhere comfortable to rest in the lab, but it should at least be cleaner than this dusty place, right? How could it treat him like this? What kind of weird fetish did this cube have to like corpses more than the living? Hey, little guy. Lionel knocked on the cube with a knuckle. Can you let me in? The segmented cube vibrated, then separated into its pieces once more. Lionel felt his vision go black, and a moment later, he found himself in a small 10 by 10 by 10 meter space. On the outside, out of Lionel's vision, the pieces of the segmented cube floated around where Lionel had just been sitting. Its jigsaw-like pieces were connected by a faint white light, taking up the same amount of space as Lionel could see from the inside. This is the lab? Lionel blinked, unaware of what was going on outside. Lionel struggled to stand and looked around. The force concentration in this place is a lot higher. Lionel's brow raised. On one side of the lab, there was a silver rack filled with what looked like snow globes. But Lionel's eyes widened when his gaze landed on them. Within two of the snow globes, he could see the corpse of the octopus and that sniper floating. It seemed that they had been compressed and placed inside. Lionel guessed that this must be the lab's method of preservation. Other than the silver rack, Lionel found the bookshelves and cubicles filled with scrolls his dad left behind on another side of the room. In the middle, that odd table with half-spherical wells that was in the basement was here as well, though Lionel wasn't certain of what it could be used for. Thinking of something else, Lionel reached into one of the large pockets of the tactical gear he had stolen from the fort and brought out the metal spirit. The little guy bounced around like an elastic ball, pinging around the confines of its cube as though still trying to escape. But Lionel could tell that it was just excited. Why is this little guy so excited to be here? Lionel asked. He thought he would find some great treasure here, but aside from the rack of snow globes, there really wasn't anything else special. Ping replying to Seed, spirits need high concentrations of force and their preferred element to grow and evolve. The half-metamorphosed Earth is akin to a barren wasteland for it. In comparison, the segmented cube's inner space is much better. The segmented cube can generate force? Lionel asked expectantly. Ping, no. Lionel frowned. It can't generate force? Then why is the concentration so high? At a moment like this, he really hated that the dictionary only ever answered his questions directly and hardly embellished. Why is the force concentration so much higher here, then? Ping, the segmented cube has a sterilization ability. Explain this ability to me. Ping replying to Seed, sterilization, the refinement and purification of force. So the concentration of force here is dependent on the outside world? What dimensional grade has it reached? Ping, yes. The current concentration is about equal to a mid-level fourth-dimensional world. Mid-level? Worlds of the same dimension are separated as well. Lionel forgot his pain in all his curiosity. He only wanted to learn more and know more. He found all of this fascinating. Wait, the concentration of force. If I use the lab, wouldn't that make invalids come after me? Crap. Lionel panicked for a moment. He had already been in here for several minutes. This was more than enough time for invalids to close in on him. Ping no. The lab is able to hide its force activity. Lionel's eyes widened before he began to laugh wildly. He was only forced to stop after he felt his lung might come flying out from his throat. This pain was really too unbearable. His progress had always been limited by those damned invalids. Even if he was still in the fort, it wouldn't make a difference due to those force-disrupting towers. But now, with the lab, he could practice dimensional cleanse without worry. Wasn't this fantastic? I'll have to wait for my body to recover before I can do any force cultivating. But in the meantime, I could do other things. Aina said he would feel weak for 3 days. So, during those 3 days, his healing would be exceptionally slow. After those 3 days passed, though, his body would be able to slowly recover at a more normal pace. As for how long it would take him to recover after that, Lionel didn't know. But regardless, since the lab could hide him from invalids, there was no need to move from this place for now. Lionel's mind ran wild for a moment. What was the best use of his time? After a while, Lionel made a decision. He walked to the odd table and took out 2 oars, a pair of gloves, a quill, and finally, the metal spirit. How do I make this little guy my official familiar? Chapter 101. Bonus chapter for 350 PS. Next at 700. Smiley face, see? I can smile through the pain. Ping, Lionel stood in confusion. Usually, the dictionary would respond right away, and even if it didn't, it would tell him that the information was omitted. So what was going on? A moment later, the hologram of his father gained life to it once more, causing Lionel's eyes to light up. It seemed his father had left more than one recording behind. Since this one activated now, it must mean that this was quite important. You finally activated this. Little cry, baby. Lionel's father shook his head. It's about time. Lionel bit his teeth and remained silent. He refused to fall for the same trick twice. His father had gotten him once, but if he got him a second time, he would never live this down. So, he only silently watched as his father picked at his ears. Luckily, it seemed that his father was already satisfied after tricking him once. I'm not certain which familiar you've managed to get your hands on, but if it's a metal spirit, good. If it's not, it's still good. Regardless of how useful a familiar is to you, remember to treat it like a partner and a friend. If I find out one day that you've treated it as a tool, it'll peel a layer off your ass with my palm. So vulgar. Lionel almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes. If you're smart, you've probably understood from my words that the most important part of a relationship between a familiar and a force crafter is friendship and intimacy. The more in sync your hearts are, the better the results will be. If you manage to find a metal spirit, just say yes, and the dictionary will direct you to that recording. Yes. Lionel replied. Lionel's father smiled, pushing up his glasses. Lucky, lucky. Metal spirits are fairly weak in the infancy stages. In fact, before our Morales clan took them to be our favorites, they were quite looked down upon by the Force Crafter world. Most other Force Crafters prefer flame spirits. Before one even gets to the metal spirit, there are a whole host of familiars one might think of first. Wind spirits are especially beloved by those who focus on the force art aspect of force crafting. Natural intelligence spirits have calculated minds far beyond that of us humanoid creatures. The list goes on and on. However, a metal spirit, especially when combined with our metal synergy lineage factor, has been widely recognized as one of the best. Those with metal spirits are the best at crafting small and intricate parts. This may sound like a meaningless thing, but everything starts with a foundation. Nothing large and complex can be created without the small and simple. Thanks to this, our Morales clan has a reputation in craftsmanship that puts dwarves to shame. One day, when you're confident take a look at the mechanisms of that dictionary I left you. That day, you'll be able to see the prowess of our Morales clan. Lionel's father laughed heartily. Anyway, I will get to the point. The simple answer to your question is that you can't. Making a familiar your official companion is a long process. There's no such thing as making it submit. Well, there is, but I would never allow you to do such a thing. In fact, if you ever come across someone who has, you should directly kill them. The coldness in his father's voice made Lionel shiver. His father had never said something even remotely close to this. In fact, much of the reason Lionel's moral code was like it was due to his father's guidance. It was his old man that taught him his kindness. To abruptly say such a thing was too jarring. Lionel's father shook his head as though feeling he had said something he shouldn't have. He hesitated for a moment. Lionel felt like his father was trying to decide whether or not to delete the recording and start again. But in the end, he decided to press forward and leave things as is. All you can do to make a familiar accept you is treat them well. There will come a time where you two become inseparable. Take it to nice environments, treat it to nice food, and don't keep it in prison for too long. Let it roam free. It won't easily leave the side of a person it's familiar with. After all, in the beginning stages of its evolution, it's not much more than a child. Lionel nodded in understanding. The last thing to do is to give it a name and train by its side. Metal spirits, in comparison to other spirits, have a very high demand on the dexterity of their partner. I've left a step-by-step training plan for you in the dictionary to be used alongside blueprints that were in my office. Remember, the most important thing is your personal strength. Do not spend too long on force crafting. Your old man has made this mistake before. If I wasn't so fascinated with it in my youth, I would be 10 times more powerful than I am now. But I had to give others a chance. If I really was any more powerful, the universe might not be able to accept my existence anymore. Ha. Lionel smiled and shook his head. If he knew that his old man really wasn't joking, then maybe his reaction would have been a bit different. After the message ended, Lionel took a deep breath and walked to the metal spirit. It was still bouncing around crazily. When it noticed Lionel had appeared above it, it plopped down and formed a little puddle as though pouting. Lionel really couldn't help but think that it was quite adorable. Well, be free, little guy. As soon as Lionel opened the lid of the transparent cube, the metal spirit shot up like a spring and hit the ceiling. Then, without a pause, it rebounded across the room. Lionel smiled as he watched it. He thought the little guy might have some resentment toward him for keeping him locked up for so long, but it really was like a child. Its memory was short, and the only feelings it seemed to have for Lionel were those of gratitude for setting it free. It didn't seem to remember that it was only locked up to begin with because of Lionel. After a long while, the metal spirit grew tired of its new environment and settled down onto the table. Force began to whiz around it, disappearing into its little body like a typhoon. Lionel watched on silently and allowed it to do as it pleased. It seems that the force the lab can sterilize at once is limited. I can already faintly feel it dissipating. That probably means that it'll need to wait for the lab to replenish itself every time I finish using Dimensional Cleanse. That's fine. It's still better than not being able to practice at all. All right, what's the first lesson that old man left behind for me? Lionel decided not to bother the metal spirit for now. Since Lionel himself couldn't use the force in his current state, he might as well leave it to the little guy. Ping, Book 1, The Basics, Lesson 1. Hazards. Lionel nodded. At least his old man was serious when it came to this sort of stuff. The dangers should be the first things he learns about, lest he almost kill himself again like the time he foolishly modified a force technique. 1. Metal spirits. Lionel frowned. Metal spirits are dangerous? Then why did Dad say to let it free? Don't tell me this old man is trying to get me killed. Metal spirits are highly corrosive life forms. Their instinct is to devour. In order to evolve, they need to consume large amounts of force and high-level minerals. Unfortunately, evolvers happen to have high concentrations of both. It is advised to never allow skin-to-skin contact with a metal spirit. Even veterans who have been by their partner's side for many years can still suffer at the hands of their metal spirit familiars. Whenever you are handling a metal spirit, be sure to wear the proper defensive gear. The minimum requirement is a pair of foreskin gloves. However, for a beginner, a full foreskin suit is more appropriate. Lionel looked up at the ceiling above his head, the grief evident in his eyes. His old man really was trying to get him killed. The good news was that he now knew what those gloves Montez gave him were. The bad news was that those gloves were a mere minimum requirement, yet they were all he had. To make things worse, he had set them on the table when he brought the metal spirit out. And now, the metal spirit was swallowing force from right on top of them. Lionel suddenly felt that the little guy had become much less adorable. Chapter 102. One of you guys mentioned that you might like to vote on the little guy's, metal spirit's, name, so I thought, sure, why not? Feel free to comment your suggestions. It'll pick the one with the most likes. Smiley face. Don't be dirty. Think of the children. After this slip-up, Lionel realized that he was most definitely not in the best state to continue pushing himself. He didn't know what he was thinking. He still hadn't slept a wink since the matters with the worm in, and his body was collapsing on him. It was best that he set this aside and come back when his mind was fresh. Luckily, after this, Lionel learned some useful things about the lab. Firstly, the state of the lab was dependent on the amount of force it had access to. Since this was only a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world still in the process of completing its metamorphosis, the lab could only enter what the dictionary called Phase 1. Secondly, each phase had two settings. One was the lab setting, and the other was the abode setting. The lab setting was self-explanatory, but the abode setting was geared toward resting and recovery. Lionel was so happy he almost shed real tears. After entering the abode setting, the metal spirit was left in the lab setting, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The abode setting of Phase 1 had one main attraction. It was a pool that was eerily similar to the one Montez allowed Lionel to bathe in. According to the dictionary, it was filled with black-grade, soothing waters. Lionel assumed that it could be improved by entering Phase 2. The black-grade, soothing waters weren't very beneficial to increasing his strength any longer. But it was perfect for speeding up his recovery. That said, what Lionel loved the most about the abode setting wasn't the pool, but rather the bed. He wasn't sure if it was simply because of how tired he was, but he swore it was softer than a cloud. Without a doubt the best bed he had ever slept on. Like this, Lionel did nothing in the next 3 days but sleep, eat octopus meat, and recover in the soothing water pool. On the 4th day, Lionel dressed head to toe in the tactical gear he had stolen from the fort and cautiously entered the lab setting to find the metal spirit still snoring away on top of the foreskin gloves. Though Lionel inwardly cursed, he still resolved himself. He was already about 80% recovered by this point, so he felt his mind was much clearer. Maybe the smartest thing to do would be to use the cube that had imprisoned it before to move it away. But Lionel took his father's words to heart. This little guy was meant to be his friend, his companion. Clearly, he didn't like being imprisoned. In that case, Lionel didn't want to antagonize him. The rest of the process went surprisingly smoothly. The metal spirit, maybe due to having absorbed so much force, was quite languid and just slipped right off the black gloves. If it wasn't for the little bubble it formed and popped on its surface to greet Lionel, the latter would have thought it hadn't noticed at all. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lionel slipped the gloves on and left the little guy alone. For now, he still didn't know enough to interact with it. Then he began his studies in earnest. Ping, Book 1, The Basics, Lesson 1, Hazards 4. Finger strain. To a force crafter, your most important treasure isn't your partner, but rather your fingers. It is important not to execute complex movements before you're ready, or else you can cause irreparable, hidden, and lingering injuries to your hands. These injuries can often build artificial bottlenecks to your progress. Refer to Book 1, The Basics, Lesson 2, Stretches and Strengthening. 9. Force art reactions. Force arts are an incredibly complex subject matter. Even the most accomplished force artists would never dare to say they know everything. This is why it's important to blueprint your ideas and test their feasibility. If two force arts clash and react violently, you may die before you know what happened. Refer to Book 1, The Basics, Lesson 5, Force Art, 17. Reactive Metals, 23. Third-dimensional electrical engineering, 24. Fourth-dimensional electrical engineering, 37. Overfeeding and metal spirit potential. Someone else might have been overwhelmed, but Lionel soaked in everything he saw as though he was a sponge. He didn't seem to get bored or tired. In fact, a very familiar aura began to spread from him the moment he began learning in earnest. To Lionel, it had never mattered whether he loved to do something or not. He always took it with the utmost seriousness. In fact, compared to other things, since his father loved force crafting so much, he had a better opinion of it as well. So, of course, he would try his best. Before he knew it, he had already cleared the first lesson of Book 1 and moved on to Lesson 2. Ping. Book 1. The Basics. Lesson 2. Stretches and Strengthening. Unlike Lesson 1, which listed a seemingly endless barrage of hazards, Lesson 2 focused entirely on what Lionel's father claimed was his most important tool. Instead of learning force crafting skills, Lesson 2 was all about exercises for his fingers. 1. Flexibility 2. Speed 3. Strength 4. Dexterity 4. 1 precision 4. 2 acceleration 4. 3 deceleration 5. Force in your hands 6. Recovery 6. 1 stretches 6. 2 herbs 6. 3 natural treasures 6. 4 force circulation. Ping. Lesson 2 completed. Lesson 3. You and your metal spirit. Locked. Unlock condition. Seed's hands must reach a Grade 1 designation. Lionel blinked awake from his focused state. Grade 1 designation. If I recall correctly, a pair of Grade 1 hands can complete all Grade 1 exercises to a Tier 7 black level, or the S grade. Lionel smiled bitterly. His dad was really asking for too much. Usually, one could begin the first applications of force crafting as long as you reach the Tier 1 black level in all Grade 1 exercises. But Lionel's dad was asking him to reach a level of hand and finger strength only those on the verge of becoming bronze grade force crafters would have. To put this matter in perspective, not all force crafters would even reach Grade 1 designation before beginning to work on bronze grade crafts. Most would only complete all Grade 1 exercises to a Tier 6 black level before moving on. However, thinking of his father's smug face, Lionel grinned. That old man was so proud of his force crafting. What kind of face would he have if Lionel surpassed his requirements? Above the Grade 1 designation, there was the Advanced Grade 1 designation and the Superior Grade 1 designation, each for the SS grade and SSS grade level respectively. Usually, only those who had force nodes in their hands could reach the Superior Grade 1 designation. But Lionel already knew where his next force nodes would go and knew his hands weren't appropriate locations for them. In that case, Advanced Grade 1 designation it is. First, the flexibility exercises. Lionel's eyes shone brightly as he began to move his fingers according to the exercises his father left behind. If there was one thing he loved to do, it was win. And now, he was competing against the phantom of his father. A competition across generations. Chapter 103. Lionel completely lost himself in a new world. Though he wasn't sure about why he had to do all of these hand exercises just yet, Lionel had already completely forgotten about that curiosity. His mind was entirely focused on the target he had set for himself. According to his father's training program, flexibility was the very first step to training the fingers of a force crafter. Without flexibility as a foundation, everything else would come harder. The flexibility exercises were almost like a mechanic diligently oiling even the smallest components of their machines, building it up so that even the smallest corners were in top working condition. Only after laying a foundation of flexibility would Lionel turn his attention to strength and speed. Upon reaching this step, Lionel would begin working in dexterity exercises, which would teach him how to use his newfound strength and speed. Of course, everything would once again circle back to flexibility. Every training day began with, and ended with stretches. At the end of it all, there would be a cycle of recovery. After about 2 weeks, Lionel felt that he should heed his father's advice. Focusing too much on force crafting would be detrimental to him, especially since it wouldn't help him take down Miles and Simeon. I've been here for a while, yet no one has come. Lionel narrowed his eyes, looking down at the wrist watch still strapped to his arm. This thing was his greatest worry. He always felt that it was only a matter of time before it was used to track his location. Before, Lionel could only take the risk of staying in the same place. After all, if he could be tracked, whether he moved or not wouldn't make much of a difference. In fact, moving when he was heavily injured would only negatively impact him. But after so long, nothing had happened. He had even almost forgotten about it. Maybe it's jammed just like all the other technology? I remember that after the Paradise Islands fell, it went completely silent. It wasn't until I entered the Mayan tomb that it showed signs of life again. Maybe I only have to worry about it inside of a zone then? Lionel could only accept this line of thought. Regardless, he wasn't afraid. His body had recovered completely by now, and he even felt that it was stronger than it had been in the past. He felt that this might be because more of the residual effects of his dad's vomit brew were being released again. He wanted to know more about that, actually. He even asked the dictionary about it. Unfortunately, he got an information omitted response in return. I guess I should enter the spear domain again. Lionel took a deep breath and got up to leave the lab setting. Before he could, the little guy jumped up from the table and landed in his palms, snaking around his fingers and hands as though saying goodbye. Lionel smiled. Since he had the foreskin gloves on, he wasn't worried. He'll be back tomorrow. A bubble formed on a metal spirit and popped with a boop sound before the little guy hopped back onto the odd table with Wells. He still hadn't given the metal spirit a name. He wanted to listen through Lesson 3 first, since it seemed to be important in understanding the relationship between a metal spirit and a force crafter. He didn't want to make another stupid mistake that could be avoided. Soon, Lionel had made his way to his bedroom after going through Grade 1 recovery treatments for his hands. Then, he laid down comfortably, not wanting to bash his head on the floor again, and stretched his internal sight toward the spear domain ring. WHSNL felt his body go light again, as though his consciousness had been forcefully sucked out from his mind. When his vision cleared, he was once again in that hellish spear graveyard. Dark reddish-black skies hung above his head. Spears of all shapes and sizes were dotted around him, and a heavy pressure that might crush him at any moment rested on his shoulders. This time, Lionel understood a lot more and didn't blindly begin to walk around. He had questioned the dictionary thoroughly before coming here and had learned a great many things. First, this wasn't his real body. It was a manifestation of his self formed of his soul force or spirit, as Lionel preferred to call it. Second, there was a constant pressure being exerted on him not by the world but by the spears themselves. Each spear was connected to consciousness of the owner it had previously. These consciousnesses were the equivalent of the state Lionel was currently in. As such, they exerted pressure on Lionel's spirit form. The closer a spear was to that massive mountain peak that pierced the skies ahead, the more powerful the consciousness, and thus the harder it was to walk forward. At Lionel's current strength, it was already a miracle that he could survive in this place. Usually, it would only be possible after grasping spear force. Only then would one be able to resist the pressure of the spears here. However, Lionel's ability gave him a great buff to his spirit that allowed him to circumvent this. Regardless, Lionel could only take a single step and touch a single spear before his spirit gave out. So, he had to be more selective this time. He had gotten great gains from the primitive spear he took out last time, but he didn't want to take up a spear like that again. In order to make full use of the primitive man's combat ability, Lionel had to sink his mind into the same state. However, Lionel wasn't a bloodthirsty, battle-hungry kind of person. He preferred to be calm. Without sinking into that primitive mind state, Lionel could at best use about 70% of the primitive man's abilities. This wasn't bad, actually, as it taught him a lot, but it could be better. I'm not good enough in the spear to use his abilities without just copying him, which is why I need to sink into that mind state. But if I learn more and build a solid foundation for myself first, they'll be able to use 100% without changing my demeanor. For now, I need to find a spear that meshes with my personality better. Something calm and calculating, but filled with a firm resolve. Lionel took his time, quietly scanning each spear in range of a single step of him by turning his head. He didn't dare to reach out with his internal sight, or else he'd be blown away without even being able to choose. After a while, Lionel smiled bitterly. Without his internal sight, he really couldn't make a decision. It was because of his internal sight that he had been able to pick out dimensional cleanse before. But now, he could only rely on his eyes. He didn't know enough about spearmanship to make judgments like this. Lionel took a deep breath. I guess I can only choose randomly, then. After a while, he made a choice and reached forward. The spear had a wooden shaft as well, much like many of the spears in this starting line, but it wasn't crudely made like the primitive spear. It was made of a flexible, light wood that was about 8 meters in length. Its blade was just as thin as the shaft and was formed with 4 sides like a prism. The shade and tip were separated by a golden-colored wrap, which the feathers of a colorful bird hung from. It was quite a beautiful spear. Though it was made of cheap materials, it was clear the craftsman cared about his or her work, which was why Lionel chose it. But it was a decision he instantly regretted. Once again, he found himself in an all-new world, but he didn't even have a mind to take a look around because when he looked down, he found that his chest had suddenly grown 2 massive, soft mounts. And, as though that wasn't bad enough, there was a distinct cold draft of wind sweeping through his legs. Why was he wearing a dress? Chapter 104. Lionel could only keep his tears to himself. Since he wasn't able to control himself when he entered the consciousness of the spear owner, he could only be a passive observer. The world itself was nothing special. It didn't have the exotic feel that the jungle of the primitive man had. Instead, it seemed to be a small village, not much different from the first village Lionel and Aina landed in the France zone. The woman was currently practicing her spearmanship on a few wooden targets. The moment Lionel set his sights on her movements, he completely forgot how aggrieved he was just moments before. Each of her strikes carried a blinding speed with them. The slight whistling of the wind that came when it reached the end of its acceleration made Lionel internally shiver. It was perfectly timed every time. Her spear would always reach the peak of its speed just before it hit the target and would leave a hole so perfect that the 4 sides of the spear's blade could be clearly seen. It reminded Lionel of a venomous snake. Her spear would lull one to sleep, then suddenly accelerate, only biting down when it had reached its optimal potential. Though she wasn't as savage as the primitive man, Lionel could still sense her underlying venom. She held an ideology no less vindictive and bloodthirsty than the primitive man had. A loud whistle caught the attention of both Lionel and the woman whose body he was in. The lady was soon approached by a group of 3, led by a young man with a bare chest rippling with muscles that seemed carved of steel. They immediately began speaking in a language Lionel couldn't understand, but quite frankly, he didn't need to understand to see the leering and lewd gazes they looked at him, or rather, her with. It was only now that Lionel was no longer distracted by the woman's spearmanship that he got a good look at exactly what kind of beauty he was in the body of. If she were to be described in just a few words, Lionel would choose stimulating to an impossible degree. Lionel realized now that if there was no guarantee that the spear would have a male owner, then there was probably no guarantee that the spearman would be human either. This woman was definitely not human. Even if he was beaten to death, Lionel wouldn't believe that she was anything other than a succubus. She wore nothing but 2 pieces of bee skin clothing. One was a strapless wrap that binded her chest, and the other was a short skirt that didn't even make it midway down her thighs. And, as though that wasn't enough, there was a slit on one side, exposing even more of her legs. Her skin was dark, soft, and flawless. Her every movement seemed to emphasize the flexibility of her body, the way her hips winded like a pendulum, the way her breasts bounced with her every slight movement. even the way her hair waved in the wind. If Lionel wasn't fused with her body, he would likely appreciate the view even if he didn't react much to it. But since he felt jittery and uncomfortable. This feeling only got worse when the woman seemed to start flirting with the three men as though she would take them back to her home for a round far more wild than anything Shanghai had tattooed to his body. Please, for the love of all that's holy, don't do this to me. Unfortunately, the woman didn't seem to hear Lionel's screams. Or rather, this world was never designed for her to be able to. She continued to flirt with the three men, making suggestive comments and displaying her tantalizing figure without restraint or embarrassment. However, by the grace of some god up above, when the three men extended what Lionel interpreted as an invitation, the lady turned them down. Then, she said something that must have been an insult, because the leading man turned red with rage. These men probably thought it would be simple to vent their rage, but what happened next left Lionel, who wasn't even the target of the succubus-like woman, shivering. Her spear was like the stinger of a murderous wasp. Due to the design of her blade, her array of attacks were all variations of a piercing motion. Yet, even with the lack of variability provided by hacks, chops, and slashes, her move seemed impossible to deal with. No matter how Lionel simulated, no matter what tricks he used, no matter how hard he tried, he realized that there would only be one conclusion if he were to battle this woman: death. She toyed with her enemies, a seductive smile curling her soft lips as she stabbed toward them again and again. The three men tried to run away after their pride had been crushed, but the succubus' speed was too dazzling. She fluttered around like a butterfly, cutting off the escape of three of them with ease and a beautiful smile on her face. At some point, other people of their village converged to watch the good show. It wasn't long before Lionel realized that this wasn't their village at all. Rather, it seemed like these three men were outsiders who had been completely ignorant of this woman's power, and now they were paying the price for it. Lionel lost count of the number of bloody holes that filled their bodies. They screamed in agony, wanting to die, but the woman didn't seem intent on letting go of her playthings. A long while later, the screams of the men finally died down. Blood marred the practice grounds, but not a single drop had touched the seductive beauty. In fact, that same smile was still on her face, looking toward the three dead bodies as though they were a masterpiece rather than the corpses of three men who had just been living and breathing. In that moment, the woman's consciousness seemed to turn toward Lionel, something that shocked him greatly. He felt a cold sweat cover his back as her eyes seemed to invite him to play as well. He startled awake, shooting up from his bed. The heaviness of his breath hung in the air as he tried to breathe, his chest heaving. A long while later, he looked at the spear in his hand, his calmness returning to him. A cold gleam was sparked in his eyes. This wasn't exactly the consciousness he was looking for, but Lionel felt that it suited him quite well. Chapter 105. Bonus chapter for 700 Power Stones, Smiley Face. The chapter for 1050 coming soon. The location was a bustling harbor. Half a dozen ships were docked parallel to the shore, each of them with a large ramp coming out from their sides. It was possible to see many crewmen rushing up and down these ramps. Some of them were pulling large pieces of cargo, others were casually chatting, and a small few were barking out orders from on high. The ships themselves were quite an odd sight to behold, especially in the 25th century. Instead of being magnificent steel behemoths, they were all ordinary wooden ships. In fact, they all had sails and a lower level that seemed to have slits for long arm doors. The dozen ships weren't very large, at just about 40 to 50 meters in length. However, off the shore a distance away, it was possible to see a large mother ship at almost 200 meters in size. It seemed to be overlooking the operation. At that moment, a young man made his way from the distance toward the harbor with slow steps. His hair was messy and long, colored with a brownish gold. It swayed in the wind, occasionally covering the glow of his pale green eyes. His face had a hint of a slowly maturing immaturity to it. The start of a youthful and unkempt beard was beginning to line his jaw, giving him a gruff but handsome appearance. He was dressed simply. A pair of sweatpants and sneakers graced his lower half, while his torso was fitted by a tight, long-sleeved and black compression shirt that shimmered with hexagonal patterns. There was even a silver chain with an almost imperceptible crack hanging from his neck. He was the kind of existence that was all too rare after the metamorphosis descended. If it wasn't for the exquisite spear on his back, one would think he was nothing more than an ordinary teenage boy. But the oddity still remained obvious. The boy was too clean. How was it possible for a lone traveler to cross the province so casually? He even looked like he was having a nice stroll. His face didn't carry the heaviness one who had just put their life on the line should carry. In fact, he seemed carefree. If it wasn't for the calculating flicker that passed his eyes every so often, one would think he was naive. Of course, those tasked with guarding the perimeter of the harbor immediately noticed this young man. After all, he didn't try to hide his presence at all, but they were left at a complete loss. How were they supposed to handle this situation? Obviously, their task was to repel weak invalids and report strong ones. But there wasn't exactly a protocol for handling a lone human boy. Hello? The boy's voice snapped them out of their shock. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed that he was the one to speak first. Any hope they had of establishing who was in charge was thrown out the window. It really wasn't their fault, though. Who walks through a city of invalids so casually, even to the point of wearing a smile on his face? The scouts on duty looked at each other. Who are you? State your name and purpose. Someone on the team of 3 finally stepped out and said this. Though he was trying to reclaim some face for his scouting squad, the slight tinge of red on his face showed that he was better at hiding his embarrassment and thickening his skin compared to others. That was about all. The young man smiled and took a card out from his pocket. My name is Lionel Morales. I'm here to join the Slayer Legion. The eyes of the 3 men sharpened. Their unprofessional attitude vanished, and their backs became as straight as javelins. Lionel could tell by their stats that they were much weaker than he was, but their auras alone showed that their experience in battle was far beyond his own. The scout who had stepped forward first looked Lionel up and down. The more he looked, the more suspicious Lionel became to him. How else could a teenage boy come out from that death trap alone, without a scratch on his body? Even his clothes were immaculate. The only explanation seemed to be that he was a spy. It can't be that the Empire would send such an incompetent spy, right? The scout's brow furrowed in confusion. In the end, he shook his head. He was a scout, not a commander. He would leave this decision to the bigwigs. At this point, if Lionel really wasn't a spy, that meant he was powerful enough to travel alone unscathed. Their Slayer Legion was always in need of helpers. Plus, that was an invitation card in his hand. An invitation card likely meant he had already been scouted and chosen by their leaders. In that case, he had even more reason to bring Lionel in. You 2 stay here, the lead scout said. He'll bring him in. The 2 remaining scouts watched Lionel disappear with their partner with deep apprehension. They're cautious, but still not as cautious as I thought they'd be. Lionel thought to himself, if the Slayer Legion is run by anyone with half a brain cell, they've most definitely taken advantage of the metamorphosis to infiltrate the fort. In that case, it's very likely that they've heard of me before. This should make things easier on me. Lionel was well aware that he would be seen as a suspicious entity if he came here so openly, but he was banking on his being a fugitive to make things smoother. It was unlikely that they'd conclude he was a spy like this. Soon, Lionel was brought over to one of the smaller ships. He followed the lead scout beneath the deck and down a well-lit corridor with a much wider width than he was expecting. Everywhere he passed, odd gazes fell onto him. It was obvious that everyone here was quite familiar with one another, so the sudden appearance of a stranger had them all putting their guards up. The knocking of a knuckle onto hardwood woke Lionel from his thoughts. What is it? A rough voice entered Lionel's ears, but he could faintly tell that it had a feminine quality to it. Captain Sela, I brought a defector. The lower deck seemed to freeze. Many who had been walking around, going about their business, stopped and looked toward Lionel in unison. Chapter 106. Bonus chapter for 1050. Pray for me. Lionel scratched the back of his head a bit awkwardly, but that was about all. He wasn't the type of person to get stage fright. He only wished their gazes would be a little less intense. That said, Lionel didn't blame them. After all, it was indeed true that he wasn't very sincere in joining them. He only wanted to make use of them in order to take down Royal Blue Fort. As for the future, Lionel really hadn't thought much about it. Without knowing exactly what kind of association the Slayer Legion was, he wouldn't casually put all his eggs in a single basket. And even though Earth was his home, the matters revolving around James, not to mention the Brazinger clan, was making it seem less and less homely to him. It was obvious to him by now that his father wasn't from Earth. In that case, didn't that mean he had a home somewhere else? The only use Earth had to him right now were the zones it produced. He needed to either clear the first SS grade zone or clear an SSS grade zone so that he could exchange a Tier 9 black reward for a ticket to Terrain. This was all he wanted. Come in. Go on. The lead scout ushered toward the door. Lionel raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to follow me in? The lead scout and the others who had been staring at him had weird expressions on after hearing his question. After a while, Lionel understood their intentions. It seemed that they had quite a bit of belief in this captain of theirs. Clearly, they didn't believe he had the ability to harm her on his own. They were confident to the point of not even caring to enter along with him. To such a thing, Lionel could only shrug. He pushed the cabin door open and entered. What he saw, though, left him a bit speechless. Lionel never thought that he would ever have to use the word burly to describe a woman, but there really was no better descriptor for Captain Sela. She was a large woman of almost 7 feet tall. She was shaped like a round tank with towering breasts that still somehow managed to be smaller than her large gut. One might call her fat, but when Lionel looked toward her, he didn't have that thought. The reason was simple. Though she could be described in such a way, her body was still brimming with power. Lionel even saw through that her speed and agility weren't low at all, even approaching one. Rosero. Captain Sela stood from a chair she seemed to trust far too much and walked over toward Lionel. She was silent, but her steps made Lionel feel as though she alone was causing the ship to sway. When she was just half a meter from Lionel, she stopped, towering over him. Despite how she looks, she actually smells quite nice. Why is this scent so familiar, though? Lionel's brow furrowed slightly. Captain Sela looked Lionel up and down. She seemed curious about him. The boy didn't fear her and even allowed her to get so close without flinching. There were very few people within the Slayer Legion who could do such a thing. It was either that this boy possessed some real strength, or that he was simply ignorant to the point of stupidity. It was a full minute before Captain Sela felt that she had observed Lionel for long enough. Someone else might have felt too embarrassed to continue on for so long, but it seemed that this captain didn't care. What's your name? Lionel Morales. Is that so? I'm aware of the names of all those the Slayer Legion reaches out toward, but your name has never been mentioned. In that case, why shouldn't I execute you as a spy right now? Lionel inwardly cocked an eyebrow. He had only told the lead scout that he had come here with an invitation card, but he had yet to tell Captain Sela this. However, after a moment, he realized that the card was still in his hands. After observing him for so long, it would be quite negligent of the captain to miss something like that. She remembers all of the names. I doubt that. As an organization that wants to take down the Ascension Empire, they're definitely extremely cautious. Someone I could meet so easily definitely doesn't have high security clearance, so there's no way she would have access to so much information. Even beyond that, let's say that I'm wrong and am simply overestimating this Slayer Legion. An organization like them would definitely need to send out tens of thousands of invitations at worst. If they didn't, they would never have the manpower they needed to match up against a behemoth. There are some risks that come with recruiting on such a large scale, but I doubt the Legion cares about the Empire finding out. Most of the invitations are likely smokescreens. With so many invitations likely sent, it's impossible for her to remember all of the names. In that case, there's another reason she's sure this invitation isn't my own. The first possibility is that invitations come with tiers of their own. This might be a high-level invitation. If it is, there are probably less people who receive it, so it might indeed be possible for her to know that my name isn't on the list. The other possibility is my age. I'm too young. There are too many loopholes to exploit here. The Legion might not send invitations to those as young as me. It's also possible that young recruits are on a short list as well, making them easier to remember. Of course, the last possibility is that she's just guessing. Lionel found his mind running like this all the time these days. He had always been a calculating person, but his ability had amplified it several times over. In just a split second, he had already nailed down several theories, one of which was correct. But in Lionel's mind, it simply didn't matter which was the truth. All he needed to know was that Captain Sela was trying to play mind games with him. And, in that case, he could play some games of his own as well. Lionel smiled. If I took this invitation from someone else and was worried about how you might react to this, why would I tell you my real name? The truth is that this invitation isn't mine. I just happened to pick it up. But my sincerity is true. Captain Sela's eyes narrowed. Lionel wasn't wrong. If he was a spy, he would be the most incompetent spy in history. You'll be given probationary status. All Shackle members will retain this status. In the meantime, it'll take you to get your ability and strength registered. When Captain Sela said shackled, Lionel could feel her gaze shift over to his wrist watch as though it was a plague. However, toward this, he could only smile bitterly. Does this mean that they have a method of removing this thing? Lionel's eyes narrowed. In that case, it's even more worth it to stay if for nothing else than this. With that, Captain Sela took Lionel to be registered, but it seemed that Lionel was destined to be unlucky. When he wanted his abilities to be underestimated so he could fly under the radar, he was suddenly exposed as a legendary variant. But now that he wanted the Slayer Legion to approve of his abilities as quickly as possible so he could move up the ranks. Asterisk beep asterisk. Subject, Lionel Morales. Ability, name unassigned. Ability type, sensory. Ability grade, margin of error, critical. Chapter 107. Lionel felt a headache coming along. He had forgotten to take into consideration that the technology the Empire had access to versus the technology the rebels had access practically belonged to two wholly different worlds. When Lionel first entered the Mayan tomb, he had thought that his ability was D-grade because of his wristwatch. It wasn't until later that he realized his ability's potential was too great for such an evaluation. In fact, according to his father's dictionary, his ability was graded as a quasi-bronze grade ability, meaning it was on the verge of surpassing Earth's current limits. Simply put, his ability was already a half step beyond the SSS grade. Unfortunately, the parts of his ability technology on this level could comprehend was too limited. It only sensed a small increase to his perception, but not much else. Other than acknowledging that there was a high amount of error, the machine didn't respond to Lionel's tears. D-grade, huh? Not the best, but not too horrible, I guess. As a sensory type, you'll be pretty good for scouting. We've been planning on expanding our perimeter units anyway. Captain Sela casually spoke, not noticing Lionel's darkened expression. I was wondering how you managed to get here unscathed. It seems that your sensory ability should be good, even amongst D-grade abilities. HM? A critical ranked margin of error. Though, I've never seen this display before, Lionel sighed. There was nothing much he could do about this. He really hadn't used his sensory abilities to make it here. Well, he had, but not in the way Sela thought. He had even sought out opponents. The only reason he looked so clean was because of the self-cleaning function of his silver chain necklace. Seeing that Lionel was just an average talent, the curiosity the other crewmen had toward him lessened. D-grade talents? They had too many of them. Still, it was a bit of relief that he wasn't an F-grade talent. It was widely known that F-grade talents were of little use. In addition, since Lionel's ability type wasn't physical, he was more useful than a usual D-grade talent as well. Overall, he was a decent addition, but nothing worthy enough for them to take time out of their busy schedules to inquire about. All right, Captain Sela clapped her meaty hands together. "I'll assign you to Scout Leader Zhang. You've come at a good time. We still have a bit more things to do before we set off, so this is a good time to train new recruits." As though trying to shoo Lionel away, Captain Sela passed off her duty of leading him to someone else. In truth, it was already a huge show of respect for her to lead Lionel to his assessment personally. She probably saw something special in him when he faced her without fear. But it seemed now that of the two options, him being powerful versus just being ignorant, the latter was the truer statement. In that case, she had no reason to stay around him as the captain of her own ship. "You are the new recruit? Lionel Morales, is it? A sensory ability? Good, good." The scout leader was quite a skinny, willowy man of average height. His body wasn't very impressive, especially since he seemed to be getting on in age, but his eyes were sharp and his tongue was fast. Lionel guessed he wouldn't only be good at scouting, but would be a great undercover agent as well. Captain Zhang spoke quickly, not allowing Lionel the chance to get in a few words for himself. Originally, he had thought that the others just thrust the new recruit to him because they all looked down on scouts. But seeing that Lionel had a sensory ability, his mood brightened. "Usually those bastards in upper management just throw the useless trash to me and expect them to come out like treasures. Why those useless idiots don't understand just how good scouting can save lives is beyond me." Lionel was speechless. He thought that everyone was scared of Captain Sela, but this scout leader Zhang disparaged her without regard for even his own image. It wasn't like Lionel was the only one here either. Even the recruits he was taunting as useless trash weren't all that far away. As the scouting unit, they didn't have a ship of their own. Rather, they were separated between the ships. So, it could be said the scout leader Zhang was the only captain-level personnel without a ship to command on his own. Since they were currently docked, the scouting units were given a large military tent to act as their temporary base. The tent alone was at least 10 meters tall and 20 in radius. So, it was safe to say that most, if not all, of the off-duty scouts were here. But he didn't hide his voice at all. After ranting and praising Lionel for what seemed like hours, Captain Zhang finally passed him on to a man by the name of Malt. "You'll be placed in Scout Leader Malt's squad. Ask him anything you want to know about. Depending on your performance, we can talk about your future prospects at a later date." Captain Zhang gestured toward a man almost a head and a half shorter than Lionel. He seemed quite young, not even 30, but he was already balding. Despite this, he had a wide smile on his face as he happily greeted Lionel. "Scout Leader?" Lionel had a weird expression on his face. Captain Zhang was called Scout Leader by Captain Sela. But now, Captain Zhang was calling someone else Scout Leader? Malt laughed heartily and put his arm around Lionel's shoulder. It was quite a comical scene since he had to stand on the tips of his toes, but he didn't seem to mind at all. He began to whisper in Lionel's ears as though they were already close friends. "They'll let you in on a secret, little brother. I heard through the grapevine that Captain Sela and Captain Zhang were once quite close. It didn't end well, apparently. So now, they're always at each other's throats and never hesitate to take subtle jabs at each other. Captain Zhang's biggest insecurity is that he doesn't have a ship of his own to command. But Captain Sela always pokes like this, dropping his captain title and calling him Scout Leader." Though Malt continued to speak as he led Lionel toward their destination, the latter was internally shivering. He couldn't help but remember how big and burly Captain Sela was. Then he compared that to Captain Zhang's skinny figure and his graying hair. What an interesting couple. It seemed love really was blind. Chapter 108. Bonus chapter for 1400 Power Stones. Sad Face. 167 meters to the northeast. Lionel spoke with confidence. "How many of them, and what's their power like?" Squad leader Malt asked. "There are 5 of them. One of them seems to be a D-grade mind, control-type invalid. The other 4 are F-grade invalids under its control." Lionel's internal sight focused on a group of 5 invalids. 4 of them had what looked like leeches at the base of their skulls. The invalid that controlled them stood in the center with tentacles coming out of her head. In the past, Lionel would have cringed at such a sight, but he had gotten used to it by now. Those who successfully awakened usually managed to avoid any weird mutations. But invalids, who were essentially the ones who failed to awaken their abilities and thus lost control of their minds, weren't so lucky. Many of them had obvious deformities just like this. Of course, those who were successful in awakening their abilities weren't guaranteed to not have mutations, but most could hide them until their ability was needed. For example, the metal-grade invalid Lionel met long ago. Had he successfully awakened his ability and not become an invalid, he wouldn't have to walk around like a metal man all the time. Oof. Mind control types are the hardest to deal with. Luckily, it's just a D-grade one. Good job, little brother. We'll handle it from here. Huh. A hard slap hit Lionel's back. Great job, rookie. We'll go bash them up for you. Lionel could only bitterly smile as Malt led a group of 3 toward the invalids. It had already been 2 weeks since he came to the Slayer Legion, but this was about all he had done in that time. Other than the training he did in the segmented cube during his personal time, he was basically just a glorified compass. Well, at least these guys treat me well. The big guy who just patted his bag went by the name Geralt. He was part of a partnership program between the scout units and the ground combat units. He was essentially in charge of their protection as they cleared out invalids who got too close to the harbor. Aside from him, the 2 others were an ordinary man and a young woman who looked like she was a teenager despite the fact she was apparently 30 years old. They went by Davy and Lisa respectively. Those 2 were among the trash Captain Zhang mentioned. They didn't have scout-related abilities, but were rather combat-oriented. Because their abilities were relatively weak, they were slotted into the scout units. Of course, things weren't exactly as simple as this. Before the metamorphosis, many of the Slayer Legion's members were already present. As such, they had roles they were already very much used to. This was why even though Malt had awakened a sensory-type ability, he still charged along with the others, leaving Lionel behind. Lionel sighed watching Geralt pull a massive mace from his back and take the vanguard. A moment later, though, he caught himself. Since when was it that I would rather take part in a battle than take a back seat? Lionel's brow furrowed slightly. It was a fleeting thought he didn't have much a chance to linger on because the battle was already over. Geralt beamed, laughing jovially. In the back, Malt caressed one of his guns in a silk cloth, caring for it as though it was his own child. He wasn't acting like a man who should have been their leader at all. At this point, even the stoic Davy and the quiet Lisa were smiling. Their days had simply been too leisurely with Lionel around. Invalids never sneaked up on them anymore. They got great and detailed reports on them before even getting close, and they hadn't met any B-grade or above invalids. He was practically their lucky star. Let's return. We'll be able to report some great gains this time. I think he'll finally be able to afford the extended clip. Malt's eyes glowed like a child on Christmas Day. Rookie, you're too good. How do you feel about joining the ground combat unit? Geralt grinned. Are you trying to poach my talent? Don't even think about it. Malt growled. Geralt was even taller than Lionel, so there was no need to speak about just how much shorter Malt was than him. Yet, the latter didn't back down, even tapping the nozzle of his gun against Geralt's chest. He's wasted here. Your scout unit is lacking. Geralt didn't seem disturbed by Malt at all. And your ground dog unit is any better? Tell me the last time you mutts were of any use? Geralt snorted. Everyone knows the ground is the core strength of an army. We shouldn't fight, Lisa said softly. Unfortunately, her words were completely drowned out by the roars of the 2 men. The ground is the core of an army's strength? Do you think this is the 17th century? I can name tons of units more valuable than yours without much effort. The Air Combat Unit, the Navy Combat Unit, the Research and Technology Unit, the Space Combat Unit. Do you think I want bounce my mace off that balding head of yours? Why don't you just shave it all off? Geralt growled. Even if he looked a bit simple, he wouldn't just sit here and let Malt list all the units of the Slayer Legion. The fact he wanted to try was insulting enough. Oh, I'm so scared. Geralt the Mace, the man who is so useless to even a shitty ground combat unit, wants to harm little old me. How are ground units useful in this day and age? If you try to march to the Empire's capital, you get blown to smithereens before you took your second step. Lionel and Davy looked up at each other at the same time and shook their heads. With Lisa scurrying around like a little mouse, trying to stop the both of them, and Geralt and Malt at each other's throats again, it seemed that only the two of them were even somewhat normal. Suddenly, Lionel looked off toward a particular direction. His brows furrowed slightly. It's only in Great Invalid, but without knowing its ability, I can't guarantee that I can keep them safe. I had a feeling that things were going a bit too smoothly recently. The Great Invalid, Lionel, sensed was out of the range of his sharp internal sight and was within the foggy region. He could just vaguely tell its strength from this distance, but nothing else. However, it was most definitely headed in this direction. I doubt that it's locked onto us specifically. This direction also happens to be the direction of the harbor. This is a good opportunity. At first, Lionel felt that it was unfortunate that he was being underestimated, as this would slow his plans. But after some more thinking, he realized that this wasn't as bad as he thought. If he was too powerful, the Slayer Legion would always put their best foot forward in his presence. It would be easier to judge a person's character by how they treated those weaker than them. From what I've seen, the strongest amongst them only has a B-grade ability. And Great Invalid is definitely a huge threat to them, potentially catastrophic. Ill observed for a bit, Lionel knew by now that this was just a small portion of the Slayer Legion. They were actually here to scour the wreckage of Royal Blue Province and harvest raw materials from the collapsed structures. One could imagine that the materials used to build a city of elites were invaluable. However, this was just a nice way to put it. They were basically just scavengers. Let's see how they pass this test. Lionel's expression returned to normal as though nothing had happened. Soon, they had returned to the harbor. It hadn't even been a minute upon their return when the warning signals began to blare. Alert! Alert! Grade threat detected. Chapter 109. Geralt and Malt, who had still been at each other's throats, froze on the spot. Great! They mumbled these words together, the fear in their eyes evident. At the same time, they felt quite lucky that they had managed to return to the harbor. At that moment, the 6 captains rushed out from their ships while the 7th, Captain Zhang, left his tent. Each began barking out orders, but it became very obvious, very quickly, that there simply wasn't much time to prepare. Come on, we're under Captain Sella's charge. Malt finally began acting like a squad leader again. Lionel frowned. Not Captain Zhang. No, the scouting unit has always been separated between the ships, not much unlike the research and technology unit. Our squad is under Captain Sela. Though Malt said this, and they even joined up with the burly captain's group, they were pretty much no different than background characters. Malt might have been disparaging the ground combat unit earlier, but they were the ones who took charge this time around. Ho-ho, is that Bear Mace Geralt I see? Come back to seek our protection? A man no smaller than Geralt seemed to have locked onto their group as they passed by. Their movements were simply too conspicuous. After all, they were rushing from the front of the harbor to the back line since they had just returned. Many eyes had been on them from the beginning, but realizing that they were just a scouting squad, many directly ignored them. Geralt cast this man a glance, but said nothing else. It was quite a surprise for Lionel, who had just watched this man argue with Malt for the last half-month. He hadn't known that this large man had the ability to not respond. Unfortunately, the man who spoke didn't seem to take this very seriously, as his hearty laughter only grew. Don't worry, Bear Mace. We'll take the front line for you. Wouldn't want another squad wipeout on our hands. It's best that you observe from a safe distance. Geralt steps paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing. But once again, he said nothing. The man's laughter was chorused by his squad around them, but no one else said anything. The moment was too tense. Honestly speaking, they took this as a reprieve from the looming danger. Even Captain Sela, who was present for the entire matter, didn't say anything. Lionel frowned. There's a battle that's going to be happening here soon. I think it's better you focus on that rather than getting some meaningless jabs in. For Captain Sela's troop, Hearing Lionel's voice was probably the last thing they expected at this point. Many eyes couldn't help but turn toward him. However, what they saw left them furrowing their eyebrows. He was too young. He looked too fragile. No matter how they looked at it, he was just a rookie who was getting involved in something he shouldn't have. But at the same time, they found it hard to directly refute his words. I didn't know Bear Mace had fallen so low that he needed a kid to protect him now. Boy, you should stay away from this one. He's a blight wherever he goes. There's a reason we call him, I get it. Very funny. Bear Mace is quite a clever nickname. Since you're clever enough to think of it, you should be clever enough to know when you should and shouldn't be saying certain things. You're a grown man. Why are you acting like a petulant child? Lionel. The sudden voice of interjection made Lionel frown. All this time, Captain Sela hadn't said a word, but she was suddenly speaking now to the man who was the target of Lionel's barrage of words. Though, she was like his saving grace. If it wasn't for the possibility of him losing too much face, he would probably bow his head and thank her at this very moment. Lionel's gaze met hers, but he didn't respond. That's enough. Captain Sela continued with furrowed brows. Lionel's expression didn't have much of a change, but he was inwardly disappointed. I see, he said plainly. Let's go then. The second part of his words were aimed toward his squad. There really wasn't much time left. They didn't have the luxury of lurking around here any longer. He had had a good impression of Captain Sela, but he didn't think that she'd be this kind of person. He had an idea of why she had done it. To the coming battle, the ground units were too important, and their mental states were even more important. Though the man's words were cruel, it also had the effect of alleviating the tension of the troops. But, after Lionel berated him, they had become high-strung once more. If Captain Sela didn't step out to protect the leader of her vanguard and show them that she was on their side, it would be difficult to calm them down again. Plus, wasn't it a small price to pay? The man was known as Aiken, was the leader of her strongest ground combat squad. As for Lionel, he was just a scout who had made a small name for himself in recent days. Who she would pick was obvious. If she could trade a tense relationship with Lionel for a stronger vanguard, why would she hesitate? Lionel was intelligent enough to understand this. He seemed like an immature kid, but he had been leading his peers all his life. He understood the importance of mental state. However, what he had never done was allow the disparagement of one of his own just for some cheap points. That was the sign of a terrible leader. If the upper echelon of the Slayer Legion was all like this, they were doomed from the very beginning. Hold on. Captain Sela's frown deepened. I heard from Squad Leader Zhang that I don't know Squad Leader Zhang. Lionel responded. Could it be that you're referring to Captain Zhang? Captain Sela's expression grew dark. Kid, you should watch your mouth. Aitken growled. Did I say something wrong? Lionel put on a confused expression. If it wasn't for the fact he was clearly at odds with Captain Sela now, others would really believe that he had no idea what he was saying. I've heard from Captain Zhang that your scouting ability is the best we have. Captain Sela stopped Aitken from speaking anymore. The greatest danger we face now isn't just the great invalid, but the other invalids that might be attracted by the battle. I will need you to stay here with me to point out approaching dangers. Captain Sela. Geralt finally couldn't take it anymore. Lionel had stepped out for him in the first place, and he had already wanted to say something earlier. But now Captain Sela wanted Lionel, who was just a little scout, to stay with the vanguard. Wasn't that just forcing him to his death? Lionel's gaze narrowed as well. Are you disobeying a direct order from Captain? Captain Sela didn't seem to hear Geralt at all, and only continued to look toward Lionel. No, where'd a little scout like me get such guts? They'll be counting on Captain to protect me well, Lionel said with a smile. Ignorance is bliss, Aitken said with a sneer. Captain Sela gave Lionel a profound look, but said no more. I won't stand for this. Just when they all thought it was over, Geralt swung his mace out from his back and slammed it down, causing a loud boom that finally caught the attention of the other captains and their squads. Geralt. Lionel patted him on the shoulder. It's fine. Others might think that Captain Sela was just targeting him, but Lionel could see through the logical flow of how things had gotten here. Maybe had he not corrected her about Captain Zhang's title, she wouldn't have reacted this way. But regardless, it didn't matter much to him. And great invalid, he had killed 7 even before forming a single force node. Plus, there wasn't any time left to argue about it. It'll be fine. Captain Sela will protect me. Get to the back quickly. In the distance, the invalid was already approaching. But what Lionel saw made him frown slightly. That's not an invalid, a gorilla-like creature which was 2 meters tall, even when walking on its fists slowly approached. Chapter 110. Bonus chapter for 1750. If I was in Lionel's world, I'd hope for a doppelganger ability. Even if I couldn't get that, I'd settle for some extra fingers. Lionel frowned. He had just assumed it was an invalid previously. There was something about this creature that reminded him of one. He had originally sensed the creature with the foggy range of his internal sight. Due to this, he had made an error in judgment. Is this another beast like the octopus? Lionel's frown deepened. As ridiculous as it was, the appearance of the octopus was still something he could accept. After all, the Royal Blue Province was located on the coast. It wasn't impossible for such a thing to happen, even if the likelihood was low. However, a gorilla? They were too far away from their natural habitats. The chances of one appearing here should be even lower than an octopus having attacked him in the city. Did Captain Sela ask for you four? Move to the back and don't ruin my formation. Aitken roared to Malt and the rest. You? Geralt almost imploded once again. Soldier, get to the back line now. Captain Sela stared daggers at the scouting squad who seemed reluctant to leave Lionel's side. Geralt was brimming with anger. It seemed that he really might swing his mace any moment now. However, Captain Sela's next words were like a bucket of cold water being poured over his emotions. Are you trying to be court-martialed? Compared to the real army of the Empire, those of the Slayer Legion feared these words even more. They were already fugitives. If they were rejected from the rebels as well, just where would they go? What do they do with their lives? They'd basically be finished. In a way, joining the rebel army was like giving the key to your life to another. There was no longer a way out. Geralt and the rest of Malt's squad became drenched in sweat. With pale faces, they could only cast guilty looks toward Lionel and slowly disappear toward the back of the formation. Form up, Captain Sela roared. At this point, the gorilla was still leisurely strolling toward their direction as though it hadn't sensed their hostility at all. It looked toward the 6 units of the Slayer Legion as though observing fun toys. It didn't seem to take their formations seriously at all. Each of the 6 units was led by a captain. The only one without a troop to lead of his own was Captain Zhang, but he stood beside another captain who was a handsome man with eyes as black as his hair. The number of warriors under each captain didn't surpass 30 by much, but this still meant that the gorilla was facing almost 200 alone. The more it acted like this, the weirder Lionel felt it was. What was going on? Fire. The roar came from a woman that went by Captain Gellin. She was considered an arms specialist amongst the 7 captains. In fact, Malt had once been a part of her unit before he awakened his ability and was pushed to the scouting units. A rain of bullets came down toward the gorilla. If it was any normal primate, their death would be sealed. However, at that moment, the carefree beast suddenly roared, standing on its hind legs and beating its chest. A silver glow instantly coated its massive body, forming just before the bullets reached it. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets rebounded as though meeting a steel wall. Solemn expressions coated the faces of the rebels. Those were the strongest arsenal of weapons they had. Their group wasn't provided enough funds by the Legion to build force-disrupting towers. In fact, their mere existence was top secret, or else it wouldn't only be the inner city of the fort that benefited. Since bullets were useless, their only option was to rely on the treasures they gained from entering zones. Charge! This time, it was Captain Sela who roared. Not giving the troops time to lose their morale, she ordered her vanguard to take the initiative. Lionel shook his head. This isn't going to work. Their organization is terrible. This creature is large, but still scales well to a normal human. Attacking it with so many when its defense is so sturdy is foolish. Captain Sela sending a small vanguard forward is the smartest decision, but they're too weak. Aitken took the head of the charge, a tall tower shield strapped to his left awl and a trident piercing forward in his right. The gorilla retaliated fiercely, another roar leaving its lips as it lashed out at the tower shield with two hammer fists. Aitken lowered his stance, bending his knees and exploding forward with all his strength to meet the blow. A roar left his lips, but the subsequent sound left his ears ringing. Aitken slid back against the ground, crashing into his squad mates and knocking them off their feet. Their forward momentum was completely thrown off, and half of them lost the ability to attack in the blink of an eye. Captain Sela's expression changed. It wasn't just her either. Even Lionel's own expression changed, albeit for different reasons. First, this gorilla was no normal grade threat. It was most definitely infinitely close to the S grade. And second, the activation of that silver barrier had caught the attention of several invalids. That's impossible. The dictionary said that invalids ignore threats from other species. What the hell is going on? Captain Sela and the other captains grit their teeth to join, but Lionel stopped them. Captain Gellin, Captain Ramon, there are 3 groups of invalids coming from 2 o'clock. The strongest of them is of the B grade. Captain Patrice, Captain Sayer, Captain Gerard. There are 2 groups of invalids coming from 11 o'clock. There are 2 B-grade invalids with them. The voice was one many of the captains and rebels didn't recognize, but there was something about its confidence and fullness that made them believe the words. However, just when they were about to move according to his words, Captain Sela interrupted. "Boy, know your place. You're sending off 5 squads to deal with B-grade threats and leaving just 1 for a grade threat. Are your words even trustworthy? Charge!" Captain Sela led a support unit toward Aitken's squad that had nearly been completely wiped out. Her words seemed to snap the other captains awake. Those who had seen Captain Sela's conflict with Lionel earlier even thought he had done this on purpose in order to push her toward her death. Several unsatisfied gazes landed on Lionel, leaving him shaking his head. But before he could say anything else, Sela had stepped onto a chariot that shot out a chain toward him. Lionel blinked toward the incredulous scene. What the he? He couldn't even finish the thought before his wrists were bound and Sela's chariot shot forward, leaving him running with all his might to keep up lest he be dragged along the ground. Rage swelled up in Lionel's chest. He had sent 5 squads away because he was confident in handling this grade threat on his own, let alone using someone else's hand to kill Sela. He could do it himself with absolute ease. But now he was being accused in this way, and chained to a chariot like some sort of prisoner, no less. Even a man with 10 times the kind disposition Lionel had would feel endless fury at this point. Chapter 111. Changing the bonus chapter requirement to every 500 power stones. In return, I promise not to change it for another month. You can only blame yourselves for being too powerful. Love, Lionel was furious. He had never expected for such a thing to happen. No matter how much stronger he was than Captain Sela, he wasn't at the point where he could break chains with nothing but his brawn. Even the alloys of the 25th century were beyond his means, let alone the fact that this chariot was a C-grade treasure she must have gained as his own reward. I was careless. Lionel's gaze blazed with a cold light as he was forced to continue running. He never thought that Captain Sela would be so brazen. She probably thought that he was trying to get her killed, which was why she had reacted like this, but at this point, Lionel didn't care. The incompetence of the Slayer Legion was turning him off from them more and more. Aitken slammed his tower shield in the ground, trying to get a stronger foothold against the gorilla. By now, there were only 3 that could remain standing in his squad, including himself. He could tell that support would be coming soon, so he was only doing his best to hold the creature back. Though he was a dick, it seemed that he wasn't a coward who left his squad mates behind. Unfortunately, he wasn't very powerful. He seemed to have an ability that boosted the density of his muscles, but his strength was hardly over 0. 80. It was at that moment that Captain Sela came rushing in. Damn beast! Another chain came rushing out of her chariot, trying to lock the beast down. Idiot! Lionel roared in his mind. Unfortunately, the next scene was bound to play out exactly as he had expected. The chain snaked forward, wrapping around the gorilla's thick forearm just before it could launch another attack toward the squad. Aiken looked up, pleasantly surprised. In fact, when he saw the sorry state Lionel was in, having to rush after the chariot with his hands bound like that, there was even deep satisfaction in his eyes. Though he had been a distance away, Lionel's roar of commands had covered the entire battlefield. How could he not be enraged after Captain Sela exposed his intentions? In fact, by now, many thought that Lionel had a voice-compelling ability and had long since put up their guard against him. Seeing that the gorilla was tied down, Captain Sela's eyes brightened. She raised a sharp broadsword with a 2-meter-long blade from her back, hacking down with all the might she could muster. But she had forgotten one key detail. Tying someone down necessitated that you had a strong enough anchor. The best way to use this chariot's ability was to make use of its high maneuverability. The chain was meant to be a hidden card pulled out at an opportune time, not something to open a battle with. Sela had managed to catch Lionel off guard and had the forward momentum of the chariot to help her keep control of him. However, the chariot was going toward the gorilla, not away from it, and now she had shot out a chain and wrapped its forearm. She had even grown confident enough to send a direct attack. But just when the captains and soldiers were feeling excited, the gorilla slammed its free arm into the ground, roaring with all its might and swinging its bound arm upward. God damn it! The chariot lost its footing, soaring into the air and taking Sela and Lionel along with it. Lionel followed the arc of the chariot helplessly, both of his wrists bound together. Bang! The chariot crashed and skid across the ground, its bronze light dimming somewhat. The gorilla rose to its legs, its fists beating wildly against its chest. The sound was deafening. It felt as though a sound wave was tearing their eardrums apart. Lionel grunted, landing on the ground heavily. He rolled further and further, completely out of his control. Though his chain necklace had taken the direct strikes for him, his inner organs still stirred upon impact. And, as though that wasn't enough, the chariot he was tied to was now rolling toward him. Lionel rolled to his back, facing his 2 feet toward the coming chariot in hopes of stopping it with his legs. Unfortunately, reality was cruel to him. A ledge of the chariot got caught in the ground, causing it skid along the ground to stop in favor of it popping into the air and crashing down toward him from above. Lionel grimaced. Without a choice, a green light lit on the sole of his treasure shoes. He slammed down hard, sending him skidding along the ground faster and just out of the range of the chariot. Finally, the bronze chariot slowly came to a stop, but Lionel's expression was as dark as it could be. His fury was near reaching a tipping point. Lionel pulled at the chains on his wrist, but they still wouldn't budge. It might not have been that bad if his hands were bound individually, but with them stuck together like this, he couldn't even use a spear, and it was obvious bullets wouldn't work on this beast. He cast a glance toward Captain Sela, who had landed in the distance. The chariot had been going at 50 kilometers an hour at least, and it was obvious she didn't have a defensive treasure as good as his own. She could only rely on that thick skin and that armor she wore. As expected, she was covered in blood and gravel. Lionel guessed that if it wasn't due to her awakening as an evolver, she would have already died. At this moment, the other units were still charging, having lagged behind Captain Sela's chariot. They had seen everything happen and couldn't help but look toward the gorilla in horror. However, for some reason, the gorilla only seemed to have eyes for Lionel now. Lionel's expression turned awful. Could it be this thing since me use force just now? The situation was as bad as it could get. His hands were bound. There was a chariot weighing hundreds of pounds chained to him, and now this thing had locked onto him. And, as though that wasn't enough, invalids. Invalids are coming. Captain Zhang roared, just as Lionel had told him before. One group at 2 o'clock and another at 11 o'clock. 3 B-grade invalids between them. And now they were all here. It was at that moment that the gorilla leapt across several meters, casting a vast shadow over Lionel as it raised its two fists into the air. Lionel ground his teeth. He had already decided. This damn Slayer Legion would have nothing to do with him after today. In the distance, there was a large ship slowly swaying off the harbor. Lionel had seen it the first time he stepped onto the harbor, but he had never considered why it was that it was there and why it seemed that no one from within it had done anything despite the looming threats. Within this massive 200 meters long wooden ship, two men stood on the deck, watching the scene unfold. "Are we really not going to help?" One of them asked. "This group is too incompetent. If they're not forged in fire, if they don't lose their lives today, they'll lose it at a later date." There wasn't much of a chance before the metamorphosis for our lower-level soldiers to get real fighting experience, but now we can slowly temper them. Chapter 112. For those who missed the announcement, for the month of August, DD will be transitioning to a 2-chapter-a-day schedule. In addition, it'll be uploading later in the day my time due to this, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Love. The Slayer Legion units were in shock. The guerrilla directly ignoring them and jumping after the boy they saw as nothing other than a scout who overestimated himself and infuriated Captain Sela was completely out of their expectations. Rookie, Geralt, and Malt's shrill cries reached Lionel, but they were simply too far away to do anything to help. Lionel was on his own. At that very moment, Aitken and his injured squad members were taking advantage of the guerrilla being distracted to retreat as quickly as they could. It became obvious that they had no intention of stepping into those muddied waters again. Even Captain Sela's life and death was unknown at this point. Why would they risk themselves for a boy who was just being so arrogant mere moments ago? To the units of the 6 captains, Lionel was essentially finished. Still, the only ones who felt even the slightest shred of remorse was Captain Zhang, who brought Lionel into his unit, and the 4 squad members he had spent the last 2 weeks with. Still, none of them could do anything even if they wanted to. However, Lionel, the person in question, watched on with a cold expression. Timing his escape perfectly, he darted forward, leaping just out of the range of the guerrilla's descending hammer fists. He pulled on his chains hard, taking advantage of the heavy chariot and his own strength to sweep the chain across the gorilla's ankles and knocking it off its feet. Lionel jumped toward the gorilla's back as it fell, wrapping the chain that bound his wrists across its neck. He pressed his knees down on either side of the beast's spine, pulling his arms back hard. The veins of his arms bulged, and the pain of the chains pressing against his wrists was excruciating. But Lionel continued to pull, wanting to break the gorilla's neck in one move. "Roar!" The gorilla bellowed, trying to lash out toward Lionel's hands. But Lionel shifted once more. His legs moved, sliding his knees from the gorilla's back and placing the soles of his feet flush against the beast's triceps. He stamped down hard, pulling up with his arms as though he was trying to stand up, but the chains across the gorilla's neck were stopping him from doing so. It seemed that the gorilla was finished. The control Lionel had over its neck was commanding. If it wasn't for its sturdy body, it would have already lost its head. But the beast hadn't given up. With another roar that made Lionel's ears ring, a familiar silver light coated the beast's body. In that moment, the soft flesh of the gorilla's neck became harder than steel. Lionel knew immediately that it had become impossible to break its neck anymore. There must be a short duration for this ability, or else it wouldn't be turning it on and off like this. We'll see how long you can last. Unfortunately, the gorilla didn't give Lionel the time. The moment it got the slightest bit of reprieve, it rolled to its back, trying to crush Lionel with his heavy weight. Without a choice, Lionel could only leap away. A normal gorilla wasn't even 400 pounds, so Lionel was confident in outlasting the beast. However, he knew quite well that this wasn't a normal gorilla. After being freed, the gorilla felt a deep sense of humiliation that fueled its rage. In those moments, it had felt the call of death. It had really almost died at the hands of a puny human boy. It rose up, lashing out with its fists toward Lionel, but the cold glint it found on the latter's face left it shivering. Lionel yanked the chain around his wrists again. In all its rage, the gorilla failed to realize that when it had rolled to get Lionel off its back like that, it had inadvertently wrapped the chain around itself loosely. This time when Lionel pulled, it was no longer as simple as tripping it. This time, its legs were tightly bound together, causing it to fall over once more. Lionel took hold of the opportunity, dashing to the side and picking up the 2-meter-long broadsword Captain Sela had lost control of when the chariot went flying. It was impossible for him to use a spear properly, but it was easier to use a two-handed weapon with his hands bound like this. By the time he brandished it, the gorilla had stood once more. Its eyes focused on Lionel with a crimson red, its snarls throwing hot air and flying spittle from its sharp canines. Its teeth glistened beneath the high sun, almost like the tusks of a wild boar. Their gazes clashed in the air before they dashed forward in unison. Lionel didn't know how to use a sword, but he hadn't known how to use an axe back then either. However, what he did know were two things. First, the gorilla's attack pattern was too simple. And secondly, its shield ability couldn't be abused. Better yet, this shield ability had just been used. Lionel's figure was nimble. The faint shadow of the succubus spearwoman could be seen in his movements. He flitted around like a ghost, ducking out of the range of the gorilla's fist. Appearing to its side, his broad sword flashed forward, leaving afterimages in the air as it aimed for the gorilla's arm. Clang! It chipped and rebounded off of the silver light. But Lionel's movements didn't pause. He madly circled the gorilla, dodging and striking whenever he got the chance. The haggard breaths and enraged roars of the gorilla rang over the battlefield. Suddenly, the silver energy shield flickered and Lionel's cold, calculating gaze blazed to life as he stepped forward like lightning. The broadsword pierced forward completely unlike a sword. Despite the weapon in his hands being as clear as day, for just a moment, to those observing, it felt that it wasn't a sword in his hands at all, but rather a spear. PCHU, the sword shot through the gorilla's neck. It had such a wide blade that the gorilla's collarbone and forehead were pierced in unison. Thud! With a dull sound, the gorilla fell, leaving Lionel standing over it expressionlessly. His unkempt, dirty blonde hair was kicked up by the wind caused due to the beast's fall, waving about like a flowing river. His breathing was steady and unhurried. It was almost impossible to tell he had just been through a battle, if not for the dead gorilla lying before him. The battlefield was so silent the drop of a pin could be heard. They had all watched it from start to finish, but even having witnessed it themselves, they couldn't believe it. Even Aitken felt his knees trembling. Just what had he provoked? However, it was then that something unexpected occurred. The gorilla began to shrink. Soon, there was nothing left but a naked man who died with his eyes wide open. Chapter 113. A man? Lionel's pupils constricted. He finally understood. The invalids had been drawn here by this man's silver shield ability. Back then, Lionel had been confused, wondering why it was that they had been when the dictionary had told him earlier that invalids wouldn't antagonize creatures from another race. Is it that man from the Brazinger family again? Lionel frowned, spreading his internal sight to the max. If Simeon was here, it would be a good opportunity to deal with him. According to the dictionary, Simeon had some sort of gene manipulation ability that fell into the SS grade. There was a chance that this man was another one of his experiments. Of course, it was also possible that this gorilla form was just this man's ability. After all, Lionel used his own ability all the time, but never attracted invalids unless he used force. If he thought about it, it also made sense if this man's transformation was his ability while the silver light was some sort of force technique. Am I overthinking it? Is he not involved? Lionel raised his head and swept a glance over the Slayer Legion units. Just the simple act made them feel as though their chests would burst from the thumping of their hearts. At that moment, the invalids led by B-grade threats had entered the range of the battlefield. Lionel had finished off the gorilla so quickly that there wasn't even an opportunity for them to influence the battle. However, Lionel didn't even cast them a glance. Was it even his problem anymore? If they couldn't handle 3 B-grade invalids on their own, could they even count themselves as a rebel army? Plus, Lionel wasn't a pushover even if he had a kind heart. After seeing Captain Sella's ridiculous actions, none of them stepped forward to say something, let alone help him. I guess I was expecting too much from them. What could an organization that's done nothing but lose to the Empire for decades possibly have to offer? It's better if I just hone my force crafting and clear zones as well. It won't take me more than a year to have enough trump cards to deal with the junior Governor Duke and that man from the Brazinger clan. Then I can go and find Aina. Having already made up his mind, Lionel ignored the cries of the rebel units and walked to the chariot that had bound him. Soon, he looked through the mechanisms and found what he needed to release the chains from his hands. Lionel sighed, rubbing his bruised wrists. I was too reckless this time. If I had been prepared for anything, I wouldn't have gotten caught like that. In the end, he was too inexperienced and had grown too confident. It was fine to be confident, but it had to come from a place of knowledge and strength. Lionel had the strength, but he was still lacking in knowledge. In this world, there were too many unique abilities and treasures he had to account for. Getting caught off guard would happen frequently. The only way to perfectly combat this would be to be cautious. If he had been, there was no way a mere Captain Sela could put him in such a situation. Lionel looked around again to find the rebel units fighting for their lives against the B-grade invalids. Sometimes, pleading gazes would meet his own, making him feel guilty. In the end, he was still a bit soft and couldn't completely harden his heart. Ultimately, these people had been misled by Captain Sela. He didn't want to leave them hanging. Fine, whatever. Lionel took out his otlotl and 3 darts from his spatial bracelet. Killing B-grade threats was as easy as breathing for him. 3 invalids, 3 darts, 3 throws, and 3 deaths. It was that simple. As for the C-grade and lower invalids, this time, he really did leave it to them. At that moment, the weakened Captain Sela struggled to stand. Her left arm was bent at an unhealthy angle, and a side of her face seemed to have skidded along the ground, and was thus ruined by severe cuts, burns, and blood, but she stood nonetheless. She had no idea what had just happened, and couldn't even see the gorilla any longer. All she saw was Lionel standing on her chariot. In truth, Lionel was planning on leaving now. He just could have never imagined that instead of treating her injuries properly, this Captain Sela would actually come to find trouble with him in her half-dead state. "Get away from my chariot," she snarled. Lionel cast a glance at her and shrugged, leaping off the chariot and turning to leave. However, completely out of Captain Sela expectations, his destination wasn't the harbor where it was far safer, but rather back into the ruined city. It was obvious that he was intending to leave. Where do you think you're going?" Lionel didn't have any intention of answering, so he just kept walking. Why would he even bother to stay here? This Slayer Legion was nothing but a joke. Their captains were fools, their fighting strength was weak, and as if this wasn't enough, they apparently didn't have issues targeting their own men. An organization rotting from the inside out like this didn't deserve his effort. It seemed that Earth really had nothing left for him. It was a thought he never thought he would have, but now it was as firm as a lighthouse in a dark, foggy night. They might still have some use, Lionel thought. In the small likelihood that that man was one of his experiments and he finds out it was taken out in this harbor, he might send more to investigate. In that case, I can find out a bit more about this Brazinger family. Lionel's gaze grew frosty. If it wasn't for them, he would have never been separated from Aina. Do you think that the Slayer Legion is a joke? You think it's possible to join one day and leave the next? Why aren't you all doing anything? Hearing this question, many looked at Captain Sela with weird gazes. He just took down a grade threat with his hands bound. Then he took down 3 B-grade invalids with 3 flicks of his wrist. Do something about it. Wasn't that the real joke? Lionel's footsteps paused. Of course, it had absolutely nothing to do with Captain Sela. She could scream 10 times harder, and he still wouldn't listen to her ramblings. The reason he stopped was because a man had suddenly appeared before him. And, though he didn't know it, This was the very same man who had been observing the battle from the large ship in the distance. Though Lionel didn't know this, he had seen how this man got here with his internal sight. He rode the waves of the water with his bare feet, then launched himself here. Yet, the process was so quiet that no one but Lionel seemed to notice his actions at all. It seems I will have to reward you with a promotion, Captain Sela. When you sent a report that a recruit came in with a stolen invitation card, I hadn't thought much of it. But it seems that your intuition was right. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have never thought that this kid was a spy. I should have known. A critical margin of error wouldn't appear without reason. Chapter 114. Lionel cocked an eyebrow. There was something weird about this situation. It was missing the edge it should have, or maybe it was something else he couldn't quite put his finger on. However, Lionel had already suffered once today from not being cautious enough. He had no intention of making the same mistake twice. Instead, he silently observed his senses primed to their peak. He seemed to be relaxed, but there wasn't a single detail within 200 meters of him that he missed. Captain Sela's eyes flashed with happiness when she heard the man's words. As a captain, of course she knew who this man was. Make things a bit easier on yourself, young man. Don't resist and come with me. It's no wonder you all have never stood a chance against the Empire. Even in the 25th century, there were certain offensive things one should never say. Racial slurs, culturally insensitive phrases, ignorant and uninformed statements. However, even among all of these things, maybe saying such a thing amongst a field of rebels was amongst the worst. At that point, even the carefree man who had just rode a wave to block Lionel's path had a stiff expression. If Lionel could read the man's mind, he might have felt a little bad. The truth was that this man hadn't come here to make trouble for Lionel. He had said those things, but that was only to keep up a certain facade. He had good reasons for treating Lionel the way he did, and if the boy just cooperated a little bit, he would know the reasons why in just a few moments. But this boy just had to go and say these things. Why was he so brazen? Doesn't he know that he's surrounded by 200 people? Even if he took down the gorilla, he would die meeting such a large group as long as there was one person near his battle strength. As far as the man was concerned, Lionel could at best match him. In that case, getting into a fight with their group would only lead to his death. Ah, damn it, kid. How am I supposed to continue now? If I don't respond with anger, those with eyes here will get suspicious. But if I do fight you, how can we end this peacefully? Damn it, damn it. At this point, the man realized he had acted a bit too rashly. He should have approached with a better plan, but this was the best he could do in such a short time. If he waited any longer, Lionel would have left. After Lionel left, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be secretly watched by others. In this case, it would be even more suspicious if he tried to meet him in secret. Even if by some miracle he managed to successfully meet Lionel after he left without alerting anyone else, there was no guarantee that he would be able to sneak Lionel back like he wanted to. This should have been the perfect opportunity. He should have been able to arrest Lionel while showing favoritism he shouldn't have. Then, he would have been able to imprison him and thus gain a perfect excuse for why Lionel was with him. In this way, those keeping an eye on the rebels would underestimate them more, thinking that their leaders were trash for getting rid of a talent like Lionel for short-term benefits. And at the same time, they would be able to secretly bring Lionel to their side and gain yet another hidden trump card. Everything was so perfect, but this boy was displaying too much confidence, which left the man uneasy. Suddenly, something that should have been a simple task became incredibly difficult, and there was no longer a path for him to take it easy on Lionel. Damn hot-blooded kids and their damn pride, fuck. With no other choice, the man's face twisted into a feigned rage. Kid, you sure have a big mouth. He growled. Remember this well? I am Lieutenant Damian Warner. Today, they'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Lionel's expression darkened. He couldn't read the man's mind. Even if he found this situation weird, he tossed all thoughts of finding out what was wrong after hearing such words. His dad had disappeared to who knows where, but that didn't give this man the right to comment on it. Lionel's aura grew heavy, the silver pole of his bike appearing in his hands. Damien realized that there was something wrong with the atmosphere almost immediately, but by the time he realized he might have said something wrong, the blunt tip of Lionel's rod was already before him. Shit, shit, shit. This speed, this technique, this strength. Each and every one was far beyond Damien's expectations. He felt as though a whole world was bearing down on him, and that no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to dodge. The shadow of a spear was projected into his mind. He couldn't help but think, if this was a spear, wouldn't I be dead now? Damien quickly crossed his arms, taking the brunt of Lionel's strike with his forearms. Bang! Without suspense, he was sent flying. It wasn't until he had moved back almost 10 meters that the ground beneath him suddenly awakened, stretching up into the skies like a wave and catching him like a soft pillow. Lionel's eyes narrowed. It seems his ability isn't as simple as water control. This is an S-grade power at worst, and I still feel like I'm underestimating it. Lionel was using his rod instead of his spear because he wanted to separate himself from the influence of his spear domain lineage. He felt that his comprehension of his lineage factor was too weak, and that the only way to find out exactly what made it tick was by comparing his abilities with it and without it. In addition, he felt that he didn't need his lineage factor to defeat this man. However, this ability put quite a bit of pressure on him. He had only seen a small glimpse of it, but he saw endless possibilities. If this man was even somewhat competent, he too should be able to handle grade threats just as easily as Lionel did. What Lionel didn't know was that the man's expression was growing gloomier and gloomier. Having sensed Lionel's strength, he realized that taking him in like this would be even more difficult. As if things weren't bad enough. His arms were broken. This little devil. No wonder he embarrassed Royal Bluefort and the Luem family like that. Who created this little monster? Damien's arms hung limply to his side, wanting to shed real tears when he saw Lionel charging toward him again. Chapter 115. Lionel's speed was beyond the limits of a mortal. However, with his experience in martial arts, Damien realized that it wasn't as simple as pure pace. There was something odd about the rhythm of Lionel's steps that made him seem even faster than he was, as though he was approaching from all sorts of impossible angles at once. How is this possible? I've immersed myself in martial arts for decades. Why can't I match up against a little boy? Damien roared in his mind, but he realized that he couldn't allow this to continue in this fashion and for so long at that. However, what he didn't know was that Lionel was disappointed by his performance. Him still missing something, she was far better than this. However, as soon as this calculative thought appeared in Lionel's mind, it was thrown out. This wasn't because it was wrong, but rather because he was pissed. First, this Slayer Legion was incompetent to the point they rated his ability within the D grade. Then he was targeted by one of their captains without reason. To make matters worse, the captain had actually tried to kill him. All of this was already enough to push someone to the edge. But, as though they wanted to make sure he was aware of just how worthless this organization was, this prick had appeared and actually mentioned something about teaching him a lesson in place of his father. In what felt like the blink of an eye, Lionel had appeared before Damien, his body sinking into a low crouch that concentrated all the torque of his hips toward the ground and rebounded it back up toward his piercing rod. It was a beautiful synchronization of the primitive man's body control and the primitive woman's speed. Damien fell back, a fluid pillar of earth appearing before him and Lionel. As though expecting this, Lionel's steps shifted. His body flitted across the air, leaving shadows in the wake as it slid to Damien's side, only to find another wall of earth waiting for him. These walls aren't solid. In order to move them, he's sacrificing the sturdiness of the earth. But since he can't manipulate material without negatively influencing its rigidity, how is it that he could ride a wave like that? Lionel didn't dare to come in contact with Damien's wall of earth. He could only continuously avoid it. Who knew if this was Damien's ploy? If he entered the seemingly fluid earth and Damien solidified it, it would be too late to regret it. Even as Lionel felt that he was getting a headache trying to deal with Damien's ability, Damien himself was in an even sorrier state. His arms weren't broken to the point of suffering a clean snap, but there were most definitely several fractures. Regardless, his arms were as good as useless. Now, with his arms in this state, he couldn't use weapons. And even if he could, he didn't want to draw a gun on Lionel lest he accidentally kill the kid. How could he know that Lionel didn't have to worry about bullets due to his quasi-bronze chain necklace? Lionel frowned, retreating explosively only to find a wall of fluid earth blocking his path backward. Not good. Completely out of expectations. Instead of continuing to retreat, Lionel firmly planted and shot forward with everything he had. At this point, even Damien was caught off guard. He had thought that Lionel would continue to run, trying to escape the range of his abilities. However, while Damien was trying to end this peacefully, Lionel still believed this was a battle he might lose his life in. In such a case, he wouldn't take a chance on guessing where Damien's range ended. If the range was within 10 meters, Lionel might be able to escape. But if it was 10 times that, Lionel would be trapped and then his life would be in the hands of another. However, if he was as close to Damien as possible, he wouldn't trap himself, right? There was no guarantee that Damien didn't have another way to escape, but between the two options, Lionel's calculated mind quickly deduced that this had the least risk. Damien's eyes flashed. At that moment, the land Lionel was running on suddenly began to sink. But, as though having already thought of this possibility, Lionel's expression didn't even change. With a thought, his soles glowed green once more as he stamped down hard, sending him flashing to the side once more. Damien's eyes widened in surprise. Not catching why it was that Lionel seemed unaffected by the swamp-like ground. Lionel hadn't jumped high into the air before using his treasure shoes this time, so their effect was extremely low profile this time around. Still, Damien was experienced in combat and reacted quickly, erecting another wall of fluid earth after judging Lionel's landing location. But he suddenly felt uncomfortable when he saw Lionel's lip curl. Lionel, who had just been in the air, shouldn't have been able to change his direction at all. By all rights, it should have been impossible. But in that moment, another green light flashed from Lionel's other shoe, and he suddenly took a sharp turn that seemingly defied the laws of physics. Damien hardly registered what had happened when Lionel had shot through a gap in his walls of earth. He panicked, trying to quickly close them down into a cage. But it was too late. Lionel's foot slammed into his chest, pushing him to the ground. Damien's vision spun, and by the time he could see again, he felt a cold rod pressing against his throat. From the outside, all the rebels saw was a half-sphere of fluid earth. Lionel and Damien were completely blocked from their view, but they still were left stunned. This sort of battle, had it really been between two humans? Even if it wasn't as exaggerated as the earth splitting and sky-shattering, it was still enough to leave them in awe. Captain Sela especially felt as though a lump had been firmly lodged in her throat. This sort of battle prowess. D-grade? Which bullshit engineer built a machine that said his ability was D-grade? Wait. What the rebels could have never expected was that the Lieutenant Damien they all respected so much had put his hands up in surrender. Lionel had his silver rod on his throat and a foot on his chest. Was it really possible for him to do anything else but this? Lionel frowned. The smartest thing to do would be to apply pressure and break through Damien's throat now, but he hesitated hearing his words. Damien sighed in relief, seeing that Lionel didn't act to kill him immediately. I know you're angry with me, but I had to do things this way so that you could join without attracting the eyes of others. The lieutenant obviously didn't want to play with his life anymore, so he immediately got to the point. Lionel frowned. Could it be that the Slayer Legion wasn't as useless as he thought? However, he had no intention of releasing Damien so easily. His ability was too powerful. If he was a bit more experienced with it, Lionel would have been finished. This encounter truly taught Lionel the terror of abilities. Keep speaking. I won't release you until I hear something worthwhile. You better be quick as well. If we stay here for too long, your plan will fail even if you convince me. Chapter 116. Damien bitterly smiled. Of course he understood what Lionel meant. If they remained in here for too long, no matter how convincing their previous act was, it would become suspicious. In that case, it wouldn't matter if he convinced Lionel to play along. There's not much I can tell you, Damien said through gritted teeth. But I think you're smart enough to know why this is the approach we must take. The more competent we seem, the more attention the Empire will pay to us and the less chance we'll have in the long run. Lionel had already thought as much, but this wasn't enough to convince him of anything. Do you think that the Empire is stupid? I doubt they're unaware that this is a facade. It doesn't matter if they know, they'll still underestimate us. A vague threat will always be taken less seriously than a tangible one. As long as they don't know the true extent of our depths, it'll be easier for them to neglect us. Damien was trying to speak quicker and quicker, not wanting to give up this chance. If they could take in Lionel secretly, this would be great. I assume by your words that you know who I am? Unless you were really crazy enough to try this stunt after seeing the small bit I showed? Damien's lip twitched. Small bit? How much more was there? He was already in this state. Yes, I know that you're Lionel Morales, and know that you're a variant. In addition, I also know of what happened at the fort. Good, that makes things easier. I'll agree to join and help your Slayer Legion as long as you support me to take down Royal Blue Fort within half a year and you help me take this damned wristwatch off. If you say yes, they'll let you take me out of here as your prisoner. Damien's expression changed. This matter was simply too big. It wasn't that they didn't want to take down the fort. In fact, if they were willing to pay a small price, it wasn't impossible to take the fort down even without Lionel's help. The issue was that it wasn't worth it. The Slayer Legion still wasn't ready to appear boldly in the real world just yet. So what good was the fort to them? It would do nothing but make them an immobile and vulnerable target. In addition, the Governor Duke, the true powerhouse of the Royal Blue Province, wasn't here. So, at best you'd be taking down his son who hadn't even really grown into a man yet. This was another reason why it wasn't worth it. I know what you're thinking, Lionel said expressionlessly. But is it really as you're thinking? You're on this expedition right now to scavenge the broken pieces of fallen buildings. Wouldn't it be much better to directly snatch the technology of the Royal Blue Fort? Damien's eyes suddenly shone bright at these words. If it was looked at from this angle, it was indeed possible. The truth was that he had quite a bit of freedom when it came to what exactly to do with this group. Their value wasn't very high to the Slayer Legion, and they were essentially here just to train and hopefully become useful in the future. If he wanted to attack the fort, he could make the decision alone. Taking a deep breath, Damien's eyes sharpened with resolution. I can't make the decision to remove your shackle, but I can agree to attack the fort with you after some more preparation. But since you're such a high-profile recruit, it will be necessary for you to gain a more thorough clearance. Lionel paused for a while, looking at Damien quite intently. It was to the point the latter couldn't help but squirm. All right, I hope you keep your word. Damien sighed a breath of relief when Lionel finally removed his rod and foot from his body. On the outside, the rebels were quite anxious. They had no idea that such a conversation was happening. One of them believed that an intense battle was taking place within that cage of earth. When the fluid earth finally began to crumble, they all held their breaths before bursting into a chorus of cheers. Damien stood at the front, proudly walking with Lionel's rod in one hand and a rope formed of fluid earth in his other. Attached to the end of this rope were Lionel's bound hands. He stalked forward slowly like the prisoner he was. No. Actually, upon closer inspection, his feet were bound as well. He was only moving because their lieutenant was sliding him across the ground with his ability. How magical! That was their lieutenant. He was so powerful. Captain Sela felt as though a weight had been lifted from her chest, and she couldn't help but smirk. Though, since half her face was covered in bloody, burnt, and peeling skin, she looked even more unattractive than she usually did. Damien smiled brightly. Captain Sela, for your role in this, you'll definitely be rewarded well. It might not be impossible for you to become a colonel. Captain Sela felt giddy with excitement. She put on an expression that might have been adorable on a 5-year-old girl, but looked simply ridiculous on her before she sent a sneer Lionel's way. Lionel, however, had his head down, his eyes aimed toward the ground. Beneath his drooping hair, his calm, calculating gaze was hidden. In the distance, Geralt, Malt, Lisa, and Davy clenched their fists tightly. They didn't know what all this spy talk was about, but they did know that Lionel had saved them all not just once, but twice. First with a grade threat, and then by taking out the 3 B-grade invalids. Even beyond this, his ability had saved them who knows how many times during their rounds. It was just that he was so good, they never ran into trouble, so even they didn't have an exact number. However, they were too weak. There was nothing they could do to help him. In the end, they had known Lionel for too little time. They were unable to bring themselves to risk everything for his sake. And even if they did try to, what exactly could they accomplish? Of course, the person in question, Lionel himself, wasn't bothered by such things. He was an understanding person for the most part, so he wouldn't hold grudges for something like this. It was only as simple as that their friendship would likely never deepen beyond this surface level. That said, Lionel wasn't even actively thinking about such things. He wasn't even aware of their complicated feelings. At this moment, his internal sight was completely focused on the corpse of the man, turned gorilla, turned back to man. He wanted to check on as many clues as he could at the crime scene before things were moved around. Something still felt fishy about the whole thing. Chapter 117. A long while later, Lionel had been escorted by Damien to the large ship in the distance. There was surprisingly another man waiting. What was surprising wasn't the fact that there was such a man, but rather that he was quite literally the only other member on board. That was right. A ship of 200 meters in length, rivaling any luxury yacht, was accommodating just 2 men. How did this work exactly? It can't be that Lieutenant Damien can use his ability to move such a large ship, right? Lionel felt his heart skip a beat. If this was true, it likely meant that it was easier for Damien to control water as opposed to earth. In that case, if the latter had any evil thoughts, even Lionel wouldn't be able to do much about it. However, even after thinking to this point, Lionel remained calm. The reason was precisely his previous run-in with the octopus. He couldn't imagine what kind of powerful creatures were lying in wait in the depths of the ocean right now. Even the 25th century, Earth still didn't know everything about its waters. With the threat of him releasing his force, Damien wouldn't likely dare to act rashly. Plus, Lionel believed that the lieutenant was being sincere. Lionel believed himself to be quite good at reading people. Even his own best friend of over a decade couldn't fool him at a critical juncture, let alone Damien, who he was especially cautious of. "I can't take it anymore." Damien's voice snapped Lionel out of his thoughts, even as the fluid earth wrapped around the latter's wrist and ankles fell with a plop. The lieutenant's face paled, his arms falling and trembling to his side. It was only now that Lionel remembered that this guy probably had numerous fractures in his forearms. It was a wonder he had been able to keep up the act for long. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and heal me. This kid is a little devil." Damien had completely lost his noble air. He looked no different from a little boy complaining to his big brother, a sight that left Lionel rather speechless. He had always wanted a little sibling since he was an only child, but he felt like changing his mind after seeing this. Lionel had only barely had this thought when he realized that the man Damien was speaking to actually resembled him quite a bit. Could they actually be brothers? They were about the same height, had the same sandy tan skin, and both had deep brown eyes. After appeasing Damien, the second man walked forward and smiled amiably. "I'm Vice Commander Joseph Warner. It's nice to meet you. Same last name? So they are indeed brothers." Lionel smiled in return. "Lionel Morales. What exactly is it that you two want me to do? I'd like to make something clear first. Though I'm all right with collaborating with Slayer Legion to take down Royal Blue Fort, I have yet to decide to join you all long-term." Joseph raised an eyebrow and looked toward his younger brother. They had just gotten here, so he obviously hadn't had the opportunity to learn what Lionel's requests were. Soon, he learned of everything and fell into pensive thought. Taking down the fort would indeed be a good opportunity. In addition, we might be able to recruit some fresh blood as well. I'm certain that there are many common folk who are unsatisfied with the junior Governor Duke's actions. I was surprised. Lionel suddenly interjected. I thought it would be harder to convince you two to attack the fort. Why is it easier for you to agree to this in comparison to helping me remove this wristwatch? Joseph and Damien looked at each other and smiled. You're new to the Slayer Legion, but you've probably already seen that things aren't what they appear on the surface. Most of our public appearances are just facades. For now, we haven't truly formed up. Lieutenants and above have quite a bit of freedom at our current stage. You can almost consider us like ancient-time generals who can take action without consulting with our king first. This gives us greater flexibility and better adaptability. Since this region is the territory we oversee, whether to attack the fort or not is entirely up to us two brothers. However, the wristwatch is a special case. The secrets behind how to remove it are tightly guarded by the highest echelons of our Slayer Legion. Lionel's lips curled. Shouldn't you be giving me a speech about how noble your cause is and that you would stop at nothing to end the Empire's tyranny? Why are you so blatantly exposing that you're hoarding such important secrets to yourselves? Joseph laughed. No one is so noble. While it's true that we don't agree with the paths the Empire has taken and do believe that we have the higher moral authority, we aren't angels either. Like all organizations, we need a hierarchy, we need incentives, we need our people to have goals to strive for. This is the only way. Lionel quite appreciated Joseph's attitude. He had expected to find some cliché, die-hard rebels with tragic backstories that were worth the tears of all the women in the world. But what he actually found was much more real. Though these two brothers might still have faced some sort of tragedy in their past, at least for now, it wasn't important. After thinking this far, Lionel nodded internally. The trouble with taking this watch off wasn't just how sturdy it was. Though the material was hard, there were many things that could still destroy it. The trouble was finding something that could destroy it without taking his hand and most likely his arm along with it. That was much more difficult. All right, that's enough of that. My brother made the right decision. Taking on the fort is a good opportunity and will provide us with far more rewards than what scavenging these broken buildings can. But we'll need to wait for the rest of our team to get back before we can start planning something like this. Rest of your team? Lionel's brows raised with interest. Yes, they're the main force of my brother and I. They can be considered to be the true elites of our division. But right now, they're training themselves in several zones. Of course, we've already had a few clashes with the fort over zone entries as well. Lionel couldn't help but be quite confused at these words. Did subdimensional zones only appear on land? What about the vast ocean? Was there a need for them to fight over zones on land if there was so much vast space on the ocean? It's about time we report in any way. They should be back in half a month to a month at most. After that, we'll have to go back to base and report our progress like we do every half year. You can take that opportunity to learn a bit more about us. We really are the best option for a fugitive like yourself. Lionel inwardly chuckled. This was somehow both the best and worst pitch meeting imaginable. Ultimately, Joseph was right. He was nothing but a fugitive. Where else could he go if not to them? That said, in the meantime, you'll have to help us put on a little show. Lionel had a bad feeling when he heard Damien's words and saw his evil smile. He looked like a man excited to finally get his revenge. Damien took out a collar from who knows where. Lionel couldn't help but shiver when he saw arcs of electricity coursing through two small silver plates hidden on its inner lining. It can't be. Lionel's jaw clenched. Don't run away, little brat. You really made me suffer before. Damien's grin grew wider. You just need to obediently act like a little slave for a small while. Chapter 118. You've seen him too, right? Serve him right. Wasn't it very stupid of him to come here alone? He must have thought himself to be invincible. But didn't Lieutenant Warner take him down just the same? Lower your voice a bit. The one who spoke sent a playful smack to the back of his friend's head. That's still a person who took down a great invalid on his own. He could kill you with a glare. The recipient of the smack laughed. Kill me? With that thing around his neck? Even if he had a wrong, thought he'd be fried into barbecue chicken. Conversations like this seem to happen all the time these days. Whenever a group passed by the pillar at the gate of their harbor, their thoughts would inevitably drift to the young man forced to stand guard there. He stood atop the pillar, legs crossed. His hair and immature beard were just as unkempt while his clothing was just as casual. But now he had a collar wrapped tightly around his neck that flickered with arcs of electricity from time to time. What are you two doing around here? Scram! A sudden roar shocked the two gossiping men, sending them scurrying into a distance. Comparing Geralt's large physique to themselves, they knew they didn't stand much of a chance. Geralt looked up at the young man who sat on the pillar and sighed. The young man didn't seem to notice his presence, but could Geralt blame him? Scaring away those who ran their mouths too much was about the best he could do. It's not right. None of them seemed to remember that damned lieutenant wasn't the one to step out and save their lives. It was Lionel who did. Since he could defeat Lionel, why didn't he step out earlier to kill that grave threat? Geralt was fuming, but he couldn't even raise up his courage to contradict Sela, who was nothing more than a captain. How could he do anything against a lieutenant? After casting another glance toward Lionel, Geralt turned and left. Lionel, who was on top of the pillar, didn't seem to have much of a reaction to this. For one, none of them knew that he wasn't actually a prisoner. This was just a facade. Even the electric collar on his neck was just a little trick. It did little more than leave his skin a bit numb. And second, if he interacted with Geralt on friendly terms, that would probably make this whole act a waste. So, he ignored him. His life was pretty leisurely right now. In fact, he had become the guard dog of the rebels, standing guard here for 12 hours every day. For others, this might have been a complete waste of time. But, with his dream world, Lionel could still progress. Lionel found that when he did nothing but clear his mind and meditate like this, he had thoughts and ideas he never even considered before. In an age of technology, people rarely took time to themselves. And even when he entered zones which had no such distractions, he was constantly on guard, worrying about his life. But now, he could breathe and relax. This whole pretending to be a prisoner gig wasn't half bad. I'm such an idiot, why didn't I think of that? Since metal spirits are known for their corrosive ability and in the art of refining metals, can't I just have the little guy melt this wristwatch for me? I wouldn't even need the Slayer Legion at that point. This was just one of Lionel's many fleeting thoughts. In fact, he felt that he could just barely split his thoughts into two streams, allowing them to draw conjectures along two completely different avenues. It was almost like combining the computing power of two computers to gain results faster. Lionel had barely grasped this ability when he was escaping back to the fort. He had been trying to absorb the primitive man's combat experience as quickly as possible and formed 3 simulations in his dream world. However, the third had been so bare bones that it could hardly be considered one. So, 2 was Lionel's real limit, and even then, it drained his spirit very quickly without the support of dimensional cleanse. Still, this was only a fleeting thought of Lionel's. Right now, he still didn't dare to touch the little guy with his bare hands, and he only had protective gear for his palms and fingers. His wrist would still be exposed. So, without some experience or assurances, he wouldn't dare to act rashly just yet. In reality, this was a thought Lionel had had days ago. What he was focused on now was completely different. Just where is the perfect location for my 9th node? If before Lionel wasn't very worried about this, believing he had time to figure it out, he was now getting a bit anxious. In the past month or so, he had already formed his 4th and 5th nodes within the lab. He could form his 6th anytime as well, but hadn't because he needed to allow the lab to accumulate more force, or else he would run out when it came time to form his 2nd star. It could be said that Lionel faced practically none of the bottlenecks Aina had mentioned. In fact, his speed was blinding to the point of being incredulous. If there were knowledgeable individuals monitoring his progress, they'd be numbed with shock. It should be mentioned that Earth only had a few million people left of their population. The rest had either died during the Paradise Island tragedy or become invalids. Of those people, those like Aina who had families passed down forced cultivation techniques to them numbered in the few hundred at most. All others had to earn their own in zones, just like Lionel. Now, considering this, how many could get a good technique? Even if you put aside the fact that Lionel's technique was among the best in the fourth dimension and didn't mind the fact not just anyone would be able to get a tier 9 black reward. What then? This was all to say that Lionel's strength was frightening. Those who had as many force nodes as him had all begun long before the metamorphosis truly descended. But now his own speed was nipping at his heels. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before he formed his 8th node, but he still had no idea where his 9th should go. Chapter 119. Lionel's brow furrowed as his mind spun. At the same time, his fingers stretched in odd positions, moving them like individual striking snakes. His first node was with his brainstem. His second and third nodes were along his spine. His fourth and fifth nodes were fused into the walls of his lungs. According to his current plan, his sixth node would be fused into his stomach. The seventh and eighth nodes would be split between the chambers controlling the outgoing flow of his blood and the ingoing flow. Up to this point, this arrangement had a near 100% compatibility with him, and he felt that it was near flawless. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a ninth node with as much compatibility with him. If others knew about Lionel's arrangement of force nodes, they just might call him insane. Most sought after boosts to strength in their arms and legs. Essentially, things that could directly upgrade their battle prowess as quickly as possible. Yet, all of Lionel's choices were supplemental, yet absolutely perfect for laying a foundation. With nodes in his spine and brain, when his force was activated, and even passively, his thinking speed and reaction time was exponentially better than his peers. The nodes in his lungs increased his air intake and oxygen siphoning ability. The nodes within his heart would perfectly supplement the increased capacity of his lungs, not to mention the node in his stomach as well. Ultimately, the blood was the centerpiece of the body. It was interwoven and interconnected with every corner, right along with the nervous system. So, in Lionel's mind, forming his nodes with these two systems as the core was only right. But now he was at a loss. He even began to doubt himself somewhat. What if he was wrong from the very beginning? He had indeed started to choose the locations of his nodes without consulting anyone. Lionel had always been confident in himself. Maybe a bit too confident considering all the mistakes he had made since the metamorphosis descended. However, he still felt certain that he wasn't taking an incorrect path. Lionel's head snapped up to look into the distance. He stood. Another one. With a sigh, Lionel hopped down from the pillar, causing those who had come back after Geralt left to scurry off and hide once more. Who knew why these people were so bored to hang around him like this, just so that they could make sure that he heard their words? It had been quite a long while since Lionel had dealt with such a thing. If he recalled correctly, during his first few weeks in the Royal Blue education system, he was quite looked down upon since he lived on a paradise island. But by now, that seemed like a lifetime ago. After making his rounds and wiping out the approaching invalids once again, Lionel once again pretended to run away, only to be zapped back into submission by the collar around his neck. He was quite used to this routine after half a month. He walked back to the harbor with head lowered and his hair hiding his eyes once again. Another escape attempt? Seems I'll have to speak with Lieutenant Warner about this. I'm not sure why you can't just be an obedient guard dog. The first time Lionel heard this voice, he thought it came from a respectable female captain. Now, when he heard it, he only managed to feel annoyed. Why this Captain Sela insisted on being so annoying was beyond him. That said, he wasn't very surprised by her appearance. After all, in order to keep up appearances and not raise suspicion, Captain Sela was tasked with overseeing what she called his duties as a guard dog. Like always, Lionel simply ignored her. Once the matters with the fort were concluded, there would no longer be a need for him to stay here. He could pretend that Damien brought himself elsewhere or that he escaped. Either one would be fine. Captain Sela watched with a pleased smile as Lionel obediently walked back into the harbor. The side of her face was still bandaged from her previous injuries, making her look even worse than she usually did. Once he had disappeared, gone now that his 12-hour shift was concluded, her smile disappeared and became indifferent. First, she ensured that the next guards took up their duty. Lionel alone was enough to guard half the day, but several dozen men and women were needed when he was off duty. After accomplishing this, she headed back to her quarters. She seemed to relax after getting back in her room, her burly figure suddenly changing its gait to that of an elegant woman with swaying hips. But the issue was her silhouette made those who saw it want to vomit instead of appreciate the sight. Still, without a care, she walked to the bathroom, humming a little tune as her clothes fell to the ground one by one. It wasn't long until a blubbery, top-heavy figure appeared. Still, it was more tone than one might expect. What happened next, though, was astonishing. Captain Sela's burly body began to shrink as she sauntered toward the bathroom. By the time she stepped off the hardwood and onto the tiles, her figure had become slender and the back view was enticing to the point of inducing a nosebleed. Her bottom became pert with just the right amount of jiggle. Her slender legs moved along with her hips, following a hypnotizing rhythm. The sight one could behold when she finally reclined in a pre-made wooden bath could make the blood boil. The clear water could hardly hide the shapeliness of her soft breasts. As if all of this wasn't enough, she shed the bandages on her face, revealing delicate features that brought her looks together with a bow. She was most definitely a prime beauty, the likes of which few could match. At that moment, a slight vibration came from her wrist. Report. A commanding tone demanded from the other end, but the sound waves were so unique that no one but Captain Sela herself could hear them. Things are going well. I should be receiving a promotion soon. After giving her usual report, Captain Sela ended it with these words. There was a long pause on the other end. You don't see anything fishy about all of this? Captain Sela shrugged. It doesn't matter. Even if it's all a ploy, they'll give me appropriate rewards so that I can continue shielding Lionel Morales. By then, I will start displaying some of my true abilities, and they will recognize me for other reasons. It took me decades to become a captain, but now I can become a colonel. Who cares if it's just a ploy? The voice was silent for a long time once again, but didn't respond. After a while, it became obvious that the person hung up. Captain Sela reclined with a smile, a devilishly beautiful curl coating her lips. You're using me? Well, I'm using you too, she said with a light giggle. If Lionel were here, he would finally remember just why it was he had smelt a familiar fragrance from Captain Sela. It was because the slender woman in the tub was precisely the very same Secretary Marquisette Maya he met at Royal Blue Fort. Chapter 120. Another half-month passed by in a flash. Finally, the teammates Damien and his brother Joseph had spoken of before had made their way back, making the empty 200-meter wooden yacht far more lively. Lionel didn't have much interaction with these people. Though Damien and Joseph claimed to trust them with their lives, the less people who knew a secret, the better. As a result, Lionel stayed in a room on the lowest level of the boat and didn't leave. Obviously, his guard duties had been passed on to someone else. Joseph had said that a high-level recruit, like himself, had to go through a deeper acceptance process. However, Lionel had seen through a while ago that this vetting process was not much different from the Empire marking down all his secrets and treasures. The Slayer Legion and the Ascension Empire really didn't seem to have much of a difference between them from what Lionel had seen. One just happened to be weaker than the other, or so it seemed. Despite knowing this, Lionel played along. He was truly curious to know more about the Slayer Legion. Aina had said that success in the future could influence the past, so who knows? If the Slayer Legion gained a modicum of success with their endeavors, they might be able to provide him with certain benefits now. Either way, Lionel felt like he needed to see more of the world. The problem of his ninth node was weighing on his mind. Though he knew that completing the evolution and gaining a fourth-dimensional body could be done with just one force node, he obviously wanted to succeed with all 9. Like this, Damien and Joseph separated. Joseph remained behind to oversee their lesser recruits, while Damien led them toward what he called their checkpoint. According to the latter, the checkpoint changed every half year and was a floating military base. All those in their sector would converge toward it. Since Royal Blue Province was ranked 3rd amongst the provinces, there were quite a few big shots assigned to this sector. In addition, the Slayer Legion was several factors more lawless for obvious reasons. So, Damien warned him to be careful. Still, it would take several more days to reach the checkpoint, so Lionel wasn't thinking about such things currently. Instead, he had entered the segmented cube once more and was finally forming his 6th node. Violent swirls of force surged into Lionel's body. He was like a bottomless hole, devouring force that had been accumulating for a whole month without any reserve. Just like before, his 6th node formed in just half an hour before sweeping changes took hold of his ethereal glabella, forming a 2nd star that pulsed just as brightly as the first. Lionel's body began to squirm and tremble. If one looked closely, it was possible to see muscle fibers wiggling beneath his skin, bulging and compressing again and again in an endless cycle. Ping, Evolution Stage, Tier 3 Bronze. Evolution Type, Sensory, Evolution. Dream World, Dream Sculpt, Dream World, a virtual world formed in the mind capable of running simulations of the real world with a certain degree of accuracy. Dream Sculpt, ability to create a perfect, immutable, and unforgettable memory fragment with 100% accuracy. Lionel's eyes widened. My ability was quasi-bronze before, but now it's Tier 3 Bronze? Though Lionel didn't know much about this new world order, he was absolutely certain that having an ability that surpassed their dimensional grade was ridiculous. One had to remember that the black grade was assigned to the 4th dimension. This was why high-level abilities could swing battles so fiercely, especially since Earth was still a pseudo-4th-dimensional world. Lionel had the equivalent of a 5th-dimensional ability. Of course, this was still ranked very low amongst the 5th dimension, but its influence on the pseudo-4th dimension could be imagined. After breaking through this barrier, Lionel was certain that his simulations would all be above 90% now. Lionel's eyes widened once more. He hadn't even finished being astonished by his improvement when he noticed something about his hands. He had reached the Advanced Grade 1 designation. Chapter 121. Lionel looked at his hands, feeling a bit shocked. He was certain that he had still not reached Grade 1 designation, yet even after almost 2 months of diligent training. But now he had suddenly leaped over that and reached the Advanced Grade 1 designation. There was only one explanation: Dimensional Cleanse. Lionel was pleasantly surprised. Did this mean that when he formed his 3rd star, he would be able to reach the superior Grade 1 designation without forming force nodes in his hands? Lionel's eyes brightened, immediately taking back all the disparaging remarks he had made about the technique's creator. Even now, he had vastly underestimated Dimensional Cleanse. He had never thought it would be this good. I had to find a way to get my hands on the latter parts. If the upper portions are as good as this first part, that would be amazing. Lionel laughed like a little kid, testing out his fingers as though he was playing the air like a piano. He felt almost like a newborn baby with the coordination and strength of an adult. His fingers felt so fresh that he couldn't even crack them. I can finally listen to the 3rd book. Lionel didn't care about anything else and immediately immersed himself within the teachings his father left behind. Unknowingly, force crafting had become less about a competition between him and his father and more about his own curiosity. Even he himself didn't realize just how eager he had been to learn more until now. The feeling of being blocked off for so long left him feeling a bit anxious. But all that weight was now gone, and he smiled like a little kid. A week later, Lionel finally stood on the deck of the wooden yacht. He could feel curious gazes shooting off toward him from time to time, but since Lieutenant Damien didn't say much about him, those around didn't question it either. They immediately knew that Lionel must be some new recruit. Lionel wasn't paying very much attention to the stairs, though. Instead, he was looking toward the behemoth of a structure in the distance. He had no idea that the mobile checkpoint would really be so monstrous. It was a massive steel structure that stood like a metal box in the ocean. Even towering waves didn't seem capable of shifting it one way or another. It was so impossibly immobile that Lionel had a hard time believing that this place was capable of moving at all. But this was where the descriptions ended. Aside from some landing pads for helicopters and runways for planes, there were no other landmarks on the massive steel behemoth. Lionel could only guess that all of its most important structures were hidden within. What a feat, Lionel thought with a light gasp. Impressive, huh, kid? Damien grinned, slapping Lionel's back hard. Shouldn't you be focused on steering the ship? If Lionel took his eyes off of the floating checkpoint, he could see numerous ships approaching from all angles. A few were even nearby and sailing along in parallel. But none of these ships were wooden like Damien's. It was either Damien's sector had poor funding, or Damien purposely chose this design to make use of his ability. Damien rubbed his nose, laughing lightly. So you saw through that too, huh? I only take control of the ship when we're forced into a corner. It's a trump card, so I don't use it casually. I see, Lionel mumbled. Hey, Lieutenant, are you really still not going to tell us who the kid is? A lady wearing a skin-tight black jumpsuit walked over, her eyes watery with grievances as though she might start crying at any moment. The first thought Lionel had about her was that if Catwoman was real and jumped out from her comic, this was what she would be like. He's a new recruit. You can call him Leo. The lad's eyes brightened. In the past, new recruits never got to go to the checkpoint. It was only after the metamorphosis began that they changed the rule to make an exception for a certain group of people. Don't tell me you're a variant like Lieutenant. Many curious gazes looked over. Come on, kid. Show me your power. Quick, quick. I'm curious. Lionel scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I can't. My ability is a sensory type. The lady pouted in dissatisfaction, but her curiosity had been piqued. She had heard of variants with all sorts of wild and crazy abilities. Her lieutenant alone could overturn the oceans. Just how crazy was that? But she had never heard of a sensory-type variant. She wondered what Lionel could do. All right. Stop hounding the rookie. We're here. At first, Lionel thought that the wooden yacht would crash into the side of the massive, floating metal cube. But instead, a tunnel opened up on the side. Lionel was mystified. He wondered what sort of clever engineering allowed such a thing to happen without the whole compound being flooded with salt water. But his thoughts didn't have much of a chance to linger on this before he was astonished once more. The dark tunnel ended and flooded them with light, opening them up to a huge hidden city. Lionel was quite used to big cities. After all, he traveled through one every day to get to school barely a year earlier. But this one left him fascinated. Without the sun, the city had no choice but to rely on high-res panels that simulated the sky. As though realizing this wasn't enough, the light yellow glow of lanterns could be seen dotted all around the skyline, looking like fireflies buzzing in the night. The city below wasn't nearly as congested either. It had a homey feeling, as though everyone knew everyone else. The most magical thing, though, was its reminiscence of Venice, Italy, a city Lionel had read about in the past. The large wooden yacht could float through the city with ease, allowing Lionel to take everything in. It was beautiful. Chapter 122. The wooden yacht slowly went through the city, following loops and curls until it finally docked at a busy harbor. Up ahead, a building that looked quite similar to a grand city hall stood. Instead of having doors, it had large archways that accepted ingoing and outgoing traffic. The entire first floor was open to the wind and elements, while the above floors stood on the archways as though they were their legs. Of the many docked ships at the harbor, groups of people walked out. They were all armed with various weapons. Some wore half or full armors, others wore robes like priests, and some others were dressed quite normally. If it wasn't for the metamorphosis, Lionel would have thought this to be some sort of comic convention. "Let's go," Damien spoke to his team before turning his attention to Lionel. "This building is called the Southern Lookout. Those with sectors located in the south have to come here to report every half year. In addition, it's also the place we come to introduce the new members of our elite teams." Lionel nodded in understanding and followed along, sweeping his internal sight over as much as he could and committing them to memory. Soon, the group had lined up in a long queue. The process somewhat baffled Lionel. Why was all of this so bureaucratic? The rankings had some movement. Really? What happened? I heard that chasing wind killed a target with an S-grade evaluation, so they moved up from the 4th spot to the 3rd, pushing down Thunderous Clap by 1. Lionel, in all his boredom, caught a few conversations with his internal sight. He found that he could use this sixth sense of his not only as an eye in the sky, but also as an extension of his other senses. If he wanted to, he could even feel like he was touching someone who was hundreds of meters away from him. That said, he was very careful with this ability. For one, it drained his spirit much faster than when he just used it for sight. Secondly, when he used it as an extension of his touch, others seemed to notice. And thirdly, let's just say he had regretted using it as an extension of his nose already. It was just once, but to him, that was enough for a lifetime. "There are rankings?" Lionel asked Damien. "Rankings?" "Yes. How do you know about that?" "I just overheard a conversation. Something about chasing wind and thunderous clap." "Hee hee. You've heard of them too, kid?" Catwoman, as Lionel liked to refer to her, interjected, pushing her soft cheeks between the arms of Damien and Lionel. According to the higher-ups, used below the age of 30 adapt to the metamorphosis far better than the older generation does. It's an unfortunate reality, but the truth. Our abilities have far more room for evolution than those old fogies. The ranking is just a little competition between the shining stars of the Slayer Legion. We have a list called the Empire's Swine List. Threats are ranked on it. In order to move up the promising future rankings, you gain contribution points from taking out threats on that list. When Lionel heard this, his interest dimmed down by several measures. He had no intention of getting so involved with the Slayer Legion, and even if he did, he didn't very much like the idea of targeting people just because they were a little talented. If they had committed atrocities, that was one thing. But if they were just casually living their lives and making contributions to the Empire, Lionel didn't believe that they deserved to die. However, there was still one more thing he was curious about. Chasing wind and thunderous clap. Those are aliases? MHM. Catwoman answered for Damien once again. The real name of such talents are always hidden. We have our own confidential system to verify their contributions. But the top priority is ensuring that they're not in turn targeted by the Empire. Lionel nodded, finally understanding. If possible, he would also like to go by an alias. An hour later, it was finally their turn. They made it to the front to find a long counter. Behind each station, there was an older gentleman or woman waiting. According to Damien, they were rebels who had already retired from service. Obviously, the Slayer Legion wouldn't treat them poorly after they had given their whole lives to the cause. So, many of the simpler, less physically intensive tasks were given to them. However, they might have been a bit too old because the man manning the counter Damien, Lionel, and the others were assigned to was dozing off to the point of lightly snoring. Even after ringing the small bell on the counter, he wasn't stirred. It was only after the impatient Catwoman pressed the bell a few times in a row that the old man's head, which had been nodding away, snapped awake. The old man groggily yawned, smacking his lips as though telling himself that the nap was good. The members of Damien's team seemed to realize that it wasn't the Catwoman's actions who woke the old man up, but rather that he got up because he felt like it. Toward this, they could only bitterly smile. Though this old man was just a receptionist, they couldn't afford to be rude. Sometimes, the retirees here were once bigwigs who surpassed even Damien's brother in rank. Even when they weren't such big shots, the Slayer Legion protected them to a fault. After all, if an organization didn't protect their veterans, they were finished. Who would wholeheartedly work for them? So they could only watch as the old man picked up a phone by the counter and dialed a number. Yes, MHM. The usual please. Extra cheese and meat. Don't forget to leave a kiss on the box like you usually do. The old man giggled lewdly, almost like he was a teen secretly chatting with his girlfriend while trying not to wake his parents up. The Catwoman was irritated many times and was even muttering to herself, but the old man pretended not to hear anything. After a while, he set down the phone. But just when Damien was ready to step forward, he actually reached toward his pocket and pulled out a box of cigarettes. "Oh, break time," he said with a light smile, about to walk away. Black lines formed across Damien's forehead. If the old man really left, they would need to join another queue, all to wait yet another hour. Others couldn't help but look toward them with pitying gazes. Just as the old man was about to leave, he swept a glance over the group as though to apologize. But who would believe he was sincere with the way he had acted until now? It was then, though, that his gaze stopped on Lionel, who also had a bitter smile on his face. The old man's eyes widened. "It's you." Lionel blinked in confusion. Could it be this man knows what I did at the fort? That wouldn't be good, right? He looked toward Damien with a bit of worry in his eyes, but he could have never expected what he heard next. Lionel Morales, right? Greatest quarterback prospect in the last century? Can I have your autograph? At this point, let alone everyone else, even Lionel was speechless. Chapter 123. Lionel scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The truth was, even he himself had almost forgotten just how famous he was. But he had neglected that fact for good reason. First, it had been too long. His life of training every day for football seemed like a lifetime ago. After all, it had been a bit over a year now since the metamorphosis began, and he had experienced longer than that within zones. Second, even if he was still playing football, people coming up to him like this was rare. After all, he usually lived on a paradise island. Everyone who lived on one was like family. They had watched him grow up, so obviously they wouldn't fanboy over him. And when he wasn't home, he was on campus. Who on their campus wasn't an elite of an elite? Obviously, they wouldn't fawn over him like this. Thirdly, he had still been an academy student. His level of fame, compared to a player in the NFL, was still lacking. It could be said that he was only approaching them in name recognition because he was among the very best academy players of all time. And finally, football was a sport where everyone wore helmets. The average fan wouldn't be very familiar with his face to begin with. Only those who loved the sport and followed it diligently would know his face at first glance like this old man did. Still, the embarrassment Lionel was feeling wasn't because the old man had spoken too loudly or even because numerous gazes had fallen onto him. Rather, he was embarrassed that he had neglected something so important. How was he supposed to keep hiding his identity like this? By now, at the very least, those in the immediate vicinity all knew his name. And because he hadn't thought anyone would be able to link his face to the Ford incident, he hadn't come with his face covered either. It seemed he had made another mistake. "Sure," Lionel finally said, knowing he didn't have much of a way out of this. The old man laughed like a little kid. His thoughts of going out for a smoke were thrown to the back of his mind. He hounded Lionel with questions, not minding the weird gazes he was getting. It was only then that those who didn't follow football began asking around and finally learned a bit about who Lionel was. Of course, you couldn't expect everyone to be sports fans, but this day was the day Lionel learned that even those who couldn't be said to be his fans still recognized his name. Lionel smiled bitterly. It seems that Royal Blue Academy made quite a bit of money marketing my name. Shouldn't I be a rich man, then? Why haven't I seen any of that money? Oh, look at me. The old man smacked his own forehead. I completely forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Hutch or Old Man Hutch. I'm a big fan of yours, Morales. The game has gotten softer over the years, so I had lost interest in watching the NFL. On a whim, I decided to watch the Academy League and haven't missed a single game of yours since. It's such a shame that the NAFL has been suspended until further notice, or else I would have loved to watch you teach those so-called professionals how to play." The old man rambled on and on. He seemingly had an endless supply of air to give to his words. This man's breath control is outstanding. Others might gloss over this, but Lionel was shocked. Ever since he formed his fourth and fifth nodes into his lungs, he had been experimenting with breath control. It was a wonder just how much of a difference a perfectly timed breath made to power output. There was a reason there was a recommended breathing rhythm whenever one lifted weights. Damien, the Catwoman, and the others, though, were frozen. "Vixen," Damien mumbled toward the Catwoman in a low voice. "What did he just say his name was? Did I hear correctly?" The Catwoman gulped, her alluring aura completely gone. "H. Hutch. It definitely said who Hutch. He couldn't mean the hacker Hutch, right?" The Catwoman's lips trembled, but she didn't dare to nod. Because if she did, the reality would be too scary. Hutch was a legend. He was one of the best software engineers in history and unsurprisingly gained a 5-star evaluation during his gene analysis exam. However, this wasn't a reason to fear him, one might say. Was there a need to be afraid of such a man? So what if he was good with computers? And therein lied the problem. The hacker Hutch was a play on words. He was known for his wizardry in software engineering, but he was even more known for hacking his opponents to death. In a civilization of advanced technology like theirs, there should have been no reason for anyone to use weapons in such a fashion. It was barely all right now that the metamorphosis had descended. However, obviously, Hutch was retired, so his era was long before the metamorphosis. Just what kind of sick, sadistic person did you need to be to gain such a nickname in this era? He had all sorts of fantastical weapons to choose from that would cause the military officials of the 21st century to drool. Even during his era, even mech suits fitted with machine guns wasn't an impossible ask. Yet, the old man preferred a blade. Not just any blade either, but specifically a machete. That was right, the amiable old man fanboying over Lionel without a care in the world, even tossing aside his own dignity without a care for the thoughts of others, was a man known for dissecting his enemies with a bloody, rusted machete. It was certain that even the upper echelons of the Empire feared his name. As for his former title, it was above even Joseph's vice commander title. In his prime, he was known as Supreme Hutch. That alone was 4 levels of rank beyond Joseph. Chapter 124. Under Hutch's reign of questions, Lionel could only smile and take it. Compared to this old man, he wasn't nearly as passionate about football, but he didn't mind talking about the game he devoted so much of his life to. Even compared to the old man who seemed to have dedicated his whole retirement to the sport, he was several levels above. I has hoped to one day become a coach, but it seems that my knowledge is still too lacking. As expected. Lionel's lip twitched. How would a rebel become a coach, exactly? He'd be lucky if the Empire didn't point all their weapons toward him the moment he even stepped foot into one of their provinces. However, Hutch seemed completely unaware of his status. Or maybe he was just so free and unrestrained that he dared to do anything. He was quite an adorable old man. Lionel couldn't help but take a liking to him. Of course, Lionel had no idea about his past. If others knew he was calling hacker Hutch adorable, the weird gazes he received would probably drown him in embarrassment. AI, look at me, rambling on and on. You came here for the check-in, right? No problem. Just have your leader come forward. Lionel smiled and turned toward Damien. But his expression turned a bit weird when he saw just how pale Damien's face was. Was there a need to react like this? It can't be that Damien was a fan as well, right? After a while, Damien realized that he should probably pull himself together. If he made hacker Hutch wait, who knew if this old man wouldn't hack him to pieces next? He cleared his throat with maybe too much strength before stepping forward. Yes, you're honorable. We're here for our biannual check-in. I've already prepared the report. Please take a look. How could he dare to call hacker Hutch by his name? Let alone the fact he didn't know if the old man was fond of his nickname or not. Damien respectfully handed a file over. If one opened it up, one wouldn't find words at all. Rather, it was all written in a special kind of braille that was almost imperceptible to the eye. This braille was a special language that only the computers of the Slayer Legion could understand. This allowed the process to be expedited and also kept confidential. However, what shocked Damien was that instead of feeding the files into the computer like one was supposed to, Hutch actually began to read it. What the hell was going on? HM? Why don't I see anything about Morales on here? Damien's eyes widened. It can't be that the old man actually read it, right? That's impossible, let alone the fact it was hard to even see the braille. Each file was encoded. The possible combinations couldn't even be counted in the trillions. How is this even possible? He is a new recruit. Actually, we were planning on registering him today as well. Oh, so it's like this? All right, I'll register him beneath my fleet, then. Once more, Damien was struck speechless. But before he could refute, the old man had agilely leapt over the counter and grabbed Lionel's shoulder. Lionel couldn't even react before he felt an undeniable strength take hold of his body. Your body is pretty good, Morales. Didn't expect that. Let's go. Like a little boat in a storm, Lionel could only helplessly disappear behind the counter, Hutch's hand latching onto his shoulder like a clamp. Damien, the Catwoman, and the others watched on without knowing how to react. Lieutenant, what just happened? Damien cleared his throat. I hope that kid doesn't blame me. This really isn't my fault at all. Damien knew that Lionel didn't want to get tied up with the Slayer Legion. He only wanted to partner up with them for a moment. However, the attack of a fort was too large of an operation. After all, there were only 8 such structures on the Ascension continent. If Damien were to report such a campaign during the next check-in, but be unable to provide a proper accounting for Lionel, it would lead to some problems. Think for a moment if there was a lieutenant who suddenly succeeded in something grand, but the members of his team were very obviously unable to accomplish such a thing alone. Wouldn't this raise suspicions? What if this was a scheme set up by the Empire to give one of their spies more merits? In that case, Damien had no choice but to get Lionel properly vetted, or else instead of gaining from this expedition, he might lose out terribly instead and even be labeled as a potential traitor. Lionel understood this as well, which was why he didn't fight against coming here, even though he knew it wasn't the safest choice. But he could have never expected that he would be abducted by a madman in such a way. Why was he so unlucky? If Hutch was a normal man, everything would be fine. It wouldn't be a big deal. But a Supreme held a completely different connotation. The fleet Hutch mentioned was the largest denomination within the Slayer Legion. Only a Supreme could head a fleet, and there were only 4 fleets in the Legion. Being personally pulled into a fleet like this was practically like dragging Lionel into quicksand. Damien could imagine how bitter Lionel would be. He went from only partnering with the Slayer Legion to suddenly being hounded by one of their highest-ranking members. But there was another problem here. If Hutch was in this place, it meant that he should have long since retired. He didn't have a fleet anymore, so how would he pull someone in? Who would have known that a day later, a certain bit of news would rock the Slayer Legion? Supreme Miguel, after only 10 years in the position, abdicated. This alone would have been shocking enough had others not gossiped about seeing him walking out from his headquarters with swollen lips and a forehead several sizes larger than it had been just that morning. Chapter 125. Lionel sat blankly staring at a wall. It had already been 3 days since he came to this checkpoint city, and he had stared at this wall for who knew how many hours, but his brain refused to wake up from this dream. How the hell had he gotten here? How is that old man so powerful? I feel like I can't do anything to him. Lionel felt quite helpless. He felt that day the old man took him away, he had most definitely not used force. Lionel's senses were too sharp to miss something like that. What was even more shocking, though, was the fact that the old man's stats were pushing 300. This is what truly left Lionel speechless. If it was just this strength, it would be insane enough. But what truly shocked Lionel about the old man was the sturdiness of his body. He was almost like the metal invalid Lionel met all those months ago. But unlike that invalid, his stats hadn't been tempered down by his own weight. After some thought, Lionel's mind drifted towards something in particular. When his father retired as a general, he had gone to work as a researcher. It was while in that position that he produced the vomit brew Lionel was forced to consume daily. To this day, Lionel didn't know what the name of that department was. All he knew was that his father was involved in the evolution of human food and the consumption of it. The Ascension Empire had brought technology basically to its upper limits, so they wanted to test the limits of the human body. If the Empire could run such tests, why couldn't the rebel army do so as well? If Hutch was part of these experiments and could be considered a success, then maybe the waters of Earth were far deeper than he thought. But if such was the case, then why was Hutch the first person he had seen with such ridiculous stats? If such a good thing existed, Lionel believed that the old man definitely wouldn't be the only one to benefit. For example, the Governor Duke's son had stats that could barely be considered average among non-athletic humans even before the metamorphosis. If the son of a Governor Duke wasn't allowed to partake in such benefits, how could others? Of course, there was the possibility that only the Slayer Legion had access to such technology. But if that was the case, wouldn't the Empire have been taken down long ago? What could they do against a legion of superhumans? Maybe I'm just overthinking all of this. What if the rebels have someone amongst them like that monocle-wearing prick? If someone awoke the abilities to alter their genetics, that could explain it too. But if that was the case, why would they choose an old man first? Lionel ruffled his hair with both hands as though trying to hurry his brain to the answer. But, not unexpectedly, he failed. Pung! At that moment, someone threw a kick at Lionel's door, sending it flying off the hinges again. Time to train. Lionel's expression darkened. Old Hutch, I've already told you 1,000,000 times, I have no intention of joining the Slayer Legion. If you keep treating me like this, the day you train me to be your better is the day they'll directly betray the Slayer Legion. If other rebels knew that Lionel was speaking to hacker Hutch like this, they would plop to the ground in fear for him. Who of the rebels dared to speak to this madman in this way? Wasn't that just asking for death? Ha ha ha. Hutch laughed uproariously. Speak of that the day you defeat me. Otherwise, obediently listen to me, boy. Lionel felt helpless. Did this old man really think he couldn't defeat him? If Lionel activated his force, his stats would also be pushing 300. If he used his spear domain lineage factor on top of that, defeating Hutch wouldn't be impossible. Unfortunately, this entire city hidden without a block of metal was covered in force-disrupting towers. And, secondly, even if it wasn't, Lionel would still feel hesitant. The spear was a killing weapon, after all, and his lineage factor didn't seem to activate when he used blunt weapons. Though he was annoyed by the old man, he definitely didn't want to kill him. When Hutch first took him away, Lionel thought that he just wanted to talk more about football. But who knew that when this old man sensed how strong his body was when he resisted being pulled away that he would actually react so crazily. First, he stormed into Supreme Miguel's fleet headquarters and claimed that he would be taking over. When Supreme Miguel obviously resisted, he beat him to the point he was black and blue. Then, he claimed a promising future quota for Lionel, directly booting one of the youths who had previously held the position away in favor of him. It was suffice to say that this enraged a great many people, but old Hutch was a madman that seemed to do whatever he wanted. Even after Lionel explained that he wanted nothing to do with that ranking, old Hutch actually brought out a stick and started whacking him with it in the name of training. No matter what logic Lionel used, the old man didn't seem to care in the slightest. Lionel's shoulder was clamped down once again, and he once more let out a helpless sigh. Old Hutch, I'm definitely not participating in that promise tournament. You have no choice, Morales. Who asked you to now represent my face? Not only must you participate, you must get first place. Lionel almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes. Why did he say it like he asked for this? He most definitely didn't ask for this. I don't need your training to get first place, even if I did participate. Lionel said, a bit annoyed. Who wouldn't be annoyed in his current condition? He was currently flying like a kite in the air because this damned old man was running too fast. Ho ho ho, you look like a good little prep boy, but I see right through you. You're actually so arrogant. If those other young ins heard you, you wouldn't even need me to enrage them. You'd do it by yourself. Hee hee, good thing I recorded you. Lionel was left speechless once again before almost fainting in rage. But the old man didn't seem to notice as he was once more dragged to the training grounds. Chapter 126. Old Hutch threw Lionel out when they reached the training ground. A normal person might have fallen and rolled a couple times, but Lionel was able to regain his bearing and land on his feet, a helpless expression in his eyes. The old man walked to the side toward a rack of weapons. Well, one might call it a rack of weapons, but it was more accurate to call it a rack of machetes. This old man apparently didn't allow any other weapons to enter his sight. The training ground was old and dilapidated. It was located in the basement of a place Lionel could only assume was Old Hutch's home. The ground was built of broken concrete. The ceilings were covered in half-shattered light bulbs that probably hadn't appeared in a home since the 20th century, and there was a faint, musty smell of sweat that hung in the air. Old Hutch, I've told you again and again that I have no interest in using a machete as my weapon. I use spears. Oomph. The machete is a man's weapon. It'll be damned if you're going to waste your talent. The old man snorted, but then smiled. That said, if you show me a bit of your skill, I might change my mind. Lionel was exasperated. This back-and-forth conversation sounded like it was the first time they were having it, but the truth was that this had happened 2 times before already. However, Lionel was really reaching the end of his rope this time. The more time he spent with this old man, the less adorable he thought he was, and the more pissed off he got. The first few times, it might have been a funny story to tell in the future, but now it was becoming an annoyance that was ruining his future plans. Ana was in who knows how much danger right now. Miles and Simeon were still sucking air, and Lionel had no idea what plot the latter was potentially laying down. After all, he didn't believe that Gorillman had popped up out of thin air, and Lionel still had no idea where his father was. Fine. Lionel's furious gaze calmed to the point of lacking ripples. His abrupt change caused Old Hutch to raise his brows. He had expected Lionel to react just the same as he had the previous 2 days, disdaining to fall for his taunts. Over the past 2 days, Lionel had completely ignored the old man, only casually brandishing a machete to get him off his back. But now, Lionel had reached the limit of his patience. With a flip of his palm, a silver rod appeared in his hand. He stood tall, his tranquil gaze bearing down on the old man. Old Hutch looked toward the rod in curiosity. That's what you call a spear? I'd prefer not to kill an old man, just seeking companionship. Lionel said indifferently. Old Hutch blinked before bursting into an uproarious laughter. Kill me? I knew it. You really are an overconfident little brat. The old man might have wanted to say more, but Lionel had already moved. His body was lithe and flexible. Somehow, despite moving in a straight line, it felt as though he had cut off all paths of retreat. Oh, the curiosity of Old Hutch was suddenly piqued. With a crooked grin, the old man stepped forward, swinging his machete down. It seemed like a casual movement, but Lionel could feel the weight of a mountain behind it. This old man was strong. However, Lionel wasn't the same as he was just a few days ago. He had always felt that he was missing something when it came to imitating the primitive woman, but now he knew what it was. It was flexibility. Though men had certain advantages when it came to martial arts, so too did women. The primitive woman especially seemed to move as though her bones were made of water and her flesh was carved of dew. That sort of flexibility was exactly what Lionel had been missing this whole time. However, flexibility wasn't something one could casually improve upon. It took years of consistency to reach such a point, and even those who could boast great flexibility, which showed decline in their abilities if they slacked off. Luckily for Lionel, after forming his two-star constitution, his body had been remolded. In everything beside his size and strength, he was practically like a newborn baby, allowing him to lay an even better foundation of flexibility for himself. Not only did this allow him to break through to the advanced Grade 1 designation, but it allowed him to imitate the movements of the primitive woman to a much greater degree. Bang! The tip of Lionel's rod perfectly met the old man's blade edge. However, instead of rebounding off of each other, they seemed to become stuck, causing Lionel's eyes to widen. He pulled his rod back, deftly dodging Old Hutch's follow-up strike, but the result was the same. Lionel's brow furrowed, his gaze becoming more serious. This time, he no longer held back. A rain of piercing strikes came at the old man from all sides. Lionel's speed was inconceivable, fluttering around the old man as though his stamina was endless. His rod fell like droplets of rain, blurring shadows of silver streaking across the room as he attacked the man from all angles. Yet, no matter what he did, his rod always seemed to become stuck to Old Hutch's machete, as though they were two parts destined to be fitted together. Lionel's gaze narrowed. He was shocked by the ability of this old man. Even relying on the skills of the primitive man and woman, he seemed completely unable to find an opportunity to break through his defenses. With a flicker of his eyes, the rod in Lionel's hands vanished, only to be replaced by a true spear. His aura completely changed, and the pressure bearing down on Old Hutch multiplied several-fold. The old man couldn't help but blink in surprise. In a moment, his casual appearance became serious as his feet finally began to shift. As Lionel's blood boiled, his power seemed to multiply. He was completely immersed in the feeling. He could almost smell the old man's defeat. His heart yearned for it. He wanted nothing more than victory. It was maybe only at this moment that it became clear that it wasn't that Lionel didn't have any ambition, but rather that he only had this simple wish: to always win. Nothing else mattered. Seeing the look in Lionel's eye, despite the pressure on him, the old man grinned. What a good kid. Unfortunately, you're still several decades too young to think of defeating me. Suddenly, the man's aura changed as well. Though it was just the faintest of light, Lionel's senses were too sharp to miss the slight glow that coated the old man's blade. The machete's edge perfectly met the tip of Lionel's spear. The spear's prism-like tip stopped in the air for but a moment before it was split. In fact, the machete continued down and would have chopped Lionel's hand off had Old Hutch not shown mercy. Lionel's steps paused, looking at his ruined spear with a shocked gaze. His breath hung heavily in the air as his chest heaved. It was only now that he realized he had been battling the old man for a few hours and was exhausted. But he didn't have a mind to think of that. Force. That was definitely force. But it was different at the same time. Blade force? Chapter 127. Lionel was astonished. This force could be used beneath the disruption of the towers? He didn't know much about force-strengthening deviations, nor had he ever seen one. But he was quite certain that what he had just seen was blade force. Lionel's father had said that there were certain things about the spear domain heirloom that he wasn't allowed to know until he grasped spear force. But even to this day, he had still not yet grasped it. Who would have known that this damned old man would have long since comprehended it? At this point, Lionel came to another understanding. The old man's strength wasn't because of an ability or because of some special food. The reason his body was so strong was precisely due to his blade force. From Lionel's minor understanding, force-strengthening deviations weren't as simple as just making one's weapon more powerful. First of all, not all of them were related to weapons. And secondly, even those that could grow and nurture the body, strengthening it over time. The old man must have comprehended blade force a very long time ago, likely even before the metamorphosis, allowing his body to be much stronger than others. In this case, his strength made much more sense. When a force-strengthening deviation was comprehended, it would take form in the ethereal glabella, exactly like Lionel's stars. In fact, the stars in Lionel's ethereal glabella could be classified as force-strengthening deviations as well. It was just that whereas spear force would make a spear's attack more potent, the stars in Lionel's mind nurtured his spirit and quickened his recovery of it. Hearing Lionel's words, Old Hutch was stunned before he broke out into laughter. "So you know about blade force, little brat?" "Not bad, not bad. I have indeed comprehended blade force. I was 42 years old back then. Now I'm almost 150. Lionel felt a bit numb when he heard this. Though technology had extended life expectancy from the 21st century to the 25th, a normal lifespan only went from 80 years to about 120. However, he had never heard of a 150-year-old man capable of jumping around like a spry monkey. At the same time, Lionel finally felt a heartfelt respect for the old man. Comprehending force-related abilities back, when Earth was still a third-dimensional world, was difficult beyond imagining. This old man's talent in blade arts was most definitely outstanding. "Old Hutch, teach me how to comprehend spear force, and I'll participate in the tournament for you." Lionel's pale green eyes shone brightly. For a moment, they were like lanterns in the dull light of the basement, boring holes into the old man's body. However, instead of receiving the answer he thought he would, Lionel saw Hutch frown for the first time in the 3 days he had known him. "Morales, do you think comprehending blade force is a joke? I thought before, when you were insisting on using the spear, that you had some lingering attachments to it. This is why I was willing to let you show me your talent. But, from what I see, you have no real attachments to the spear at all. You didn't even react when I destroyed your weapon. How could you possibly comprehend spear force with your current mindset? How could you gain the acknowledgement of a weapon if you don't love it?" "Love it?" Lionel's expression changed. Did he love the spear? The simple answer was no. It was a weapon he randomly picked up only because it was convenient. He had snatched it from a small gang who dared to speak inappropriately of his Aina. After that, he just so happened to learn that he had a spear-related lineage factor, so he stuck with the spear. It wasn't more complicated than this for him. But even setting this aside, Lionel couldn't understand why it was that the old man said he had to love his spear to comprehend spear force. None of this made any sense. He couldn't find a logical reason for why love would be necessary to the equation. If it was about this, then didn't that mean Lionel would never comprehend spear force? It wasn't like he could fake his love for a weapon, right? If he learned that he had a sword, or machete, or bow, and arrow lineage factor right now, he wouldn't hesitate to leave the spear behind. To him, the spear was just a tool. Why was there a need to love it? Seeing Lionel's changing expression, the old man shook his head. If it was so easy to pass on comprehensions like this, nothing in the world would be difficult. After a moment, Lionel took a deep breath. "Old Hutch, show me your blade force just one more time." Lionel's mind was difficult for others to understand. He was a kind soul, but he was equally as cold and calculating. He had a soft heart, but he couldn't stand losing. He was capable of feeling pity that his spear was now destroyed, but he couldn't feel that heartbroken emotion Old Hutch expected from him. Old Hutch's initial instinct was to reject, but after seeing Lionel's staunch gaze, he sighed. "Fine, fine. I will show you once more. Consider it repayment for kidnapping you." "Oh, so you're aware that you kidnapped me too, huh?" Though he said this, Lionel still felt a sense of loss. He could see that Old Hutch had lost interest in him after seeing him exert his spearmanship. It wasn't because he wasn't talented enough or because he wasn't skilled enough. It was rather because he didn't care about the weapon in his hand. At such thoughts, Lionel could only shrug. He couldn't force himself to have emotions he didn't have. But that lit a fire in his heart nonetheless. He had to love his weapon to comprehend spear force? Bullshit. He would show this damned old man who had been annoying him all this time that he needed no such thing. A vast, boundless aura shrouded the basement room as Lionel focused his entire being on the machete in Old Hutch's hands. He didn't even notice that Hutch's eyes flickered with killing intent he quickly suppressed. This damned brat, if I didn't stop myself in time, his aura would have made me lash out to kill him. I thought I was on the battlefield, meeting a formidable opponent for a second. Old Hutch shook his head. Still, you have so much talent, yet you're wasting it. You place so many things below your vision, so you hardly care about anything at all. I want to teach you a lesson, but I'm afraid that our Slayer Legion really doesn't have many at your age who can defeat you. But I won't bring those brats out. If I did, they would at most be able to match you. By then, you would think that maybe the road you're on is fine, when the reality is that you should be far better than them. You're hampering your own progress. In that case, it'll allow you to despair for a bit, without humbling yourself. Reaching the pinnacle is impossible. A violent surge of wind whipped around the training grounds, leaving Lionel in a trance. Chapter 128. On that day, the Southern Lookout was in an uproar. It might have even been more accurate to say that a tempest of rage had swept over it, stifling them to the point that they couldn't wait to vent their anger on somebody. One might think that this rage was due to some actions the Empire took against them. After all, this was the mighty Slayer Legion. They were an organization created for the sake of taking down the behemoth that ruled Earth. Who else could enrage them so much if not their sworn enemy? But reality was cruel and usually very far from expectations. This time around, the entity that had enraged them wasn't the mighty Empire at all, but rather a little boy of barely 18 years old. In fact, this boy had only joined them for all of 3 days, yet managed to claim all of their ire. First, it was said that he was taken under the wing of Hacker Hutch, the very man who smacked the face of Supreme Miguel in public. If it was only this, maybe the young man could dodge the guilt by association label. However, what came next was even worse. A recording of a young man saying that he could rank first among the promising youths, even with Hacker Hutch's training, was released, leaving the young men and women of the Slayer Legion fuming. As though that wasn't enough, just today, the young man's alias was finally released. Everyone knew that all those who could list on the promising future rankings were all youths with great potential that had caught the eye of various higher-ups. The truth was that not everyone could appear on the list just because they wanted to. If one wanted to have their progress tracked and their feats seen by all, it was necessary to gain the acknowledgement of an official of at least the commander rank, a step above Joseph. Only upon receiving this recommendation would others start paying attention to you. In addition, your name would appear at the bottom of the promising future rankings. In order to protect these youths, aliases were chosen. In addition, whenever appearing in public, each of these youths would wear specialized masks created by the research and technology units of the Slayer Legion. The name one chose was incredibly important. After all, it would follow them for a lifetime. Choosing a name was akin to branding yourself. However, who could have imagined that that arrogant prick would choose the name Indomitable? Compared to the other names on the rankings that were usually formed of word couplets or poetic sayings, the singular word at the very bottom stood out to everyone. When this was coupled with the news they had been receiving over the last few days, it was easy to guess what the public opinion toward the young man Indomitable was. As for the man in question, Lionel himself, he would likely want to cry tears if he was aware. But the truth of the matter was that he wasn't. As for the name, of course, he wasn't the one who chose it. In fact, he wasn't even aware of what was happening. He was completely engrossed in his spear. One would think that if he was practicing, he would be testing out his movements, maybe redoing the same attack again and again. But Lionel was actually frozen in place. Ever since Old Hutch performed the last move, Lionel hadn't moved a single inch. He stood there, staring into space. His actions caused the old man to sigh and shake his head. Sometimes, the old wanted to pass on their wisdom to the young, but would the young always listen? Unfortunately, there were some things in life that could only be learned through trial, error, and continuous failure. He believed that Lionel's attempts were foolish and had even told the little brat as much, but Lionel obviously wasn't listening. What he wasn't aware of, though, was that in his mind, Lionel was replaying his long battle with the old man over and over again. Then he would replay his final demonstration of blade force before cycling it all back to the beginning again. Lionel didn't believe it. Everything he had learned about force was so logical up until now. Even the energy itself was rooted in concepts of quantum physics. He didn't believe that something like blade or spear force suddenly became so arbitrary. Unlike what the old man was thinking, Lionel didn't actually disregard his words. In fact, Lionel believed that the old man wasn't lying to him. Or at the very least, he believed he wasn't lying. And this thought alone was enough for Lionel. What was it? What was it that a veteran like Old Hutch could confuse for such an arbitrary feeling? What could trick him to such an extent? Love? That wasn't what he was talking about. He meant unconditional love. That's the kind of feeling he has for his machete. It was a small difference in wording, but the moment Lionel had the thought, his eyes shone like two stars. Unconditional love? Unconditional love. The root of unconditional love is unconditional trust. It's based in instinct. A mother or father loves their child simply because the baby is theirs. On the surface, it seems no more complicated than this. However, this instinct is still rooted in logic. It's the will to see their offspring grow, to continue their bloodline, to not have their families come to an end by their hands, to continue to leave their mark on history. The light in Lionel's eyes grew brighter and brighter. At one point, they became like burning torches, the paleness of his eyes disappearing to give way to two flashing emerald gems that could light the night sky. Lionel felt like he understood something. What Old Hutch thought of as unconditional love was just an unconscious reliance on his own talent for blade arts. He trusted his own talent to the point it could be described as instinctual, as a part of himself. This trust, this love, this unconditional love, and further, this unconditional trust is what allowed him to comprehend blade force in such a poor environment. Lionel, too, could rely on this unconditional love. If he fell back and stopped trying to find logical reasonings at every corner, he could have relied on his lineage factor to comprehend spear force no differently than Hutch relied on his talent. In fact, by now, Lionel's spear force could have long since surpassed Hutch's blade force by leaps and bounds. All he had to do was have that same unconditional trust in his own talent to blindly follow it and allow it to lead the way. But this wasn't the kind of person Lionel was. He didn't like the feeling of being led by the nose, even if it was his own bloodline. He liked to understand the root of things, to comprehend them to the point of making them his own. By now, Lionel understood. The reason his lineage factor had had such a small effect on him to this point was because he wasn't trusting it as much as he should. He didn't have the blind faith in it someone else would have. At the same time, it made sense why his father had left so little about spear force in the dictionary. There is no need to explain spear force because Lionel's lineage factor should have told him about everything he needed to know. This love Hutch spoke about wasn't his path. He could rely on his lineage factor, but he didn't want to. He wanted to comprehend his lineage factor, to unveil all of its secrets and allow it to lay bare before him. Rather than relying on instinct, he wanted to rely on logic, on reasoning. It might have sounded very fancy, but it boiled down to one point. He wanted to win. He wanted to be indomitable. Chapter 129. On this day, the Southern Lookout was bustling. Actually, it could be said that the past week was easily the liveliest time of the year. Not only was it the time for the agreed-upon biannual check-in, but it was also the time for the gathering of promising youths. Many saw the check-in at the lookouts to be a small vacation from the days of putting their lives on the line. It could be said that this gathering acted as the main attraction, placing a nice bow on the events of the last week. At this time, many had come together toward the center of the Venice-like city, ready to enjoy all the excitement. The arena at the center of the Southern Lookout was quite beautiful indeed. It seated about 10,000 people normally, but this only counted the seats available directly on the property. To the sides of the arenas, there were many artificial rivers of water that allowed boats to float around. If the seating capacity of these various steel behemoths was taken into account, the number of spectators could easily reach 50,000. Though this number of individuals might not necessarily come out to watch usually, the events of the past week were too shocking. How could any of them bear to miss this event? As a result, let alone 50,000 people, there were even more trying to push their way in. Those with special water-based abilities were making quite a sum of money today, just taking in these people to have a look. As for who these people had come for, who else if not that young man, known as Indomitable? On the arena stage, there were already several masked young men and women who stood silently. Their posture could be considered perfect, and each of them had the bearing of a military man or woman. Their discipline was immaculate. Each of their masks held a different symbol that represented their title. One might have pictured a roaring lion, another might have a slithering snake. Some had images more abstract painted on theirs, while yet some others were completely straightforward and opted for words. There were about 40 youths present. The actual number of promising youths assigned to the Southern Lookout was easily double this. However, not every youth on the ranking would come forward. After all, this was an organization created for the sake of taking down the Empire. Not all of them had the time to spare out of their dangerous daily lives to take part. Usually, barely 20 would appear to put on a good show for the masses. But this time, double that number had come, and for obvious reasons at that. These kids are quite anxious, it seems. To think that they didn't come out when we provided such good rewards, but are eager now just because a little boy said a few words. A group of 3 stood in an overseer's box, looking toward the arena. Amongst them, there were 2 men and a single woman. Though they seemed smiling and reserved, it was obvious by the fact they had been chosen to oversee this battle that they were at the commander rank at a bare minimum. "It can't be helped," the woman replied. "They all have seniors that give them treasures like the ones we reward all the time. Plus, even though they're young, they understand the concept of protecting themselves. The less famous they are, the better it is for them. Stepping forward for short-term benefits is unwise. You say this like we're the bad guys for trying to give them a little incentive. I do find the whole rankings to be a bit silly. Why do we create them at all? You know that I was among the few who directly rejected the idea. We should be protecting these youths, not thrusting them into the spotlight like this." The woman clearly didn't like the proceedings. This was only the 3rd gathering to ever take place. After all, the promising rankings were only created after the metamorphosis. It was widely known that youths had greater potential during this evolutionary stage, so emphasis was placed on them. Regardless, this woman felt that this was only more reason to stop this practice, but it was too difficult to go against the tide. One of the men sighed. "Violet Rain, the higher-ups have their own concerns as well. Earth's situation is quite precarious right now. Not everything is as it seems on the surface." Hearing these words, the woman fell silent. She too knew that the behind-the-scenes matters weren't so simple. But even if there were logical reasons, she still found it to be a difficult pill to swallow. An event like today was exactly what she had been worried about. No matter how sensible they were, the young was still the young, after all. They were only provoked just this little bit, and look at how many of them had come out this time. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact the rise of Indomitable was too sudden, she was certain that even more would have come. Maybe all over 100 promising youths would have come this time had Lionel appeared just a little earlier. Though she didn't share this with anyone, the vigilance in her heart was raised by several levels. Who knew if this was a ploy by the Empire to learn more about the future pillars of the Slayer Legion? The reason she didn't dare to voice such concerns was precisely because of Hacker Hutch. Since Indomitable was tied to Hacker Hutch, it could be said that he was endorsed by the latter as well. Not many would believe that such a legend had betrayed them. But wasn't it exactly because of this that the plan would be so perfect? After all, it wasn't like retired officials of their legion hadn't become disillusioned to the point of defecting in the past. The path they as rebels walked was too perilous. Yes. I know how you feel. Well, today you might just get to see that kid you hate so much get his just desserts. Look up there, 2 in the top 5 actually remain behind. The man pointed toward 2 young people, one of which was a young man and the other of which was a young woman. The young woman wore a tight, fitting green tracksuit. The leggings clung close to her toned legs, and her jacket was half unzipped, revealing a sports bra that held back her breasts. Though her chest couldn't be said to be large, it was still eye-catching, causing a few youths to look over and gulp down every so often. However, after seeing the green, spiraling swirls painted onto the young woman's mask, none of them dared to harass her. They knew immediately that this was the new third ranked on the promising future list, chasing wind. The young man stood a few columns away from her, his back as straight as a javelin. His full, sturdy chest jutted out like 2 blocks of stone, pushing against his simple white shirt as he clasped his hands behind his back. His mask was covered in the image of a dark cloud. Everyone knew who he was by this symbol. He was a youth who had just been pushed down a spot by chasing wind. Thunderous clap. However, though these two were here and had even looked around on several occasions, they only saw masks with symbols they recognized. The man named Indomitable was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he would provoke them into coming like this, then dodge responsibility himself? If so, this plot is too sinister. An ugly expression twisted the image of the beautiful woman in the overseer box. But at that moment, a hysterical laughter cut through the chatting voices of the crowd waiting for a show. "Ol' Hutch, let me go, damn it. I was so close." "Shut up, Brad. You said that you would participate if I showed you my blade force one more time. Do you think I would let you miss this gathering? Dream on." A young man was sent tumbling into the arena, entering in as sorry of a state as one could imagine. He huffed a sigh and stood after his body stopped rolling, sending a glare toward the old man who had crossed water to bring him here. First could be used to walk on water? So cool. Despite his glare, the young man was actually quite intrigued. Finally, seemingly noticing that this situation wasn't quite right, the young man looked up to find over 40 burning gazes looking toward him. The young man raised an eyebrow. Why do they all look like they want to eat me alive? Who else could this young man be if not Lionel? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.